we are. We have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and oh, it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see, like, okay, I can see someone's like dropping over, and that's about it. But we have look here. Finally, we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some elimination points for himself, I guess. And it's just a party that's happening. I don't know when you're gonna call that platform. King of the platform, I guess.
Well, King of the Skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's PMPL from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just floating. Just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day. I guess that with more and more things happening, we have ALMGHTY just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, Adelu definitely wants more, and then one day to rule them all. I mean, Ade. Yeah, just did that.
Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all four still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun.
Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat.
Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat.
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di
PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Tempat ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik
Kelakar semua ada. Jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, mos, gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action.
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah. Memang lebih mencabar.
Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 point tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je. Memang easy.
Free point je kot. Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Bot je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate weh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Kenapa? Tak kenal lo. Sorry lo. I think exists because of jumper. Actually, he replaced Voke punya tempat because we know Voke how he handle Team AZ before. They really barbar. Kita pun tahu how jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well with jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut Din lah. Dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang nak tahu, boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Voke lah. Saya pun tak jangka Voke pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Voke akan stay tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like Haiko went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there. Trash talk lah kan?
Bosskur lah, Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Tengah ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance, so don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever. Sebab ada Voke. Sebab Voke tak suka kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab team dia tu setakat firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Miao tu yang acah-acah harimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. Aziz ganas.
Di mana ada kemenangan, di situ ada Geek fan. Once a Geek, always a fan.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
The flight to the 2022 PMPL Malaysia Singapore Philippines Spring Split to take off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up on fight until you succeed.
Stand up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome down over to the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith. I'm going to be your host this evening. And yes, we are now down to the last 2 days of competitive week number 1, which means we're this close in finding out who would end up in the overall standings, or at least on top of the overall standings, to earn themselves that full 20 points. But before I move on any further on this matter here, just a huge shout out on the people on top. That is, of course, PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for making this entire event a reality. Here we are today, casting and actually talking about a game we know and love, and you at home getting to spend your weekends indoors and, you know, being safe while still feeling entertained. So we all benefit from this, and all I am asking you to do is to move over onto their social pages, be it Instagram, Facebook, or whatnot, maybe even TikTok. Hey, if you're the younger crowd, I applaud you for it. Go over to TikTok and wish them a happy 4-year anniversary. It's been 4 years now, although it seems very, very short, but they have done so much things towards the scene, and now joining with PH into the entire league, this can only grow bigger, better, and stronger. And it's all thanks to you guys, the community. So we have much to cover today. One thing's for sure, so far in week number 1, Singapore and Malaysia has been bagging the chicken dinners already. Will PH get one of their own? Now the standards as well stays the same, with the highest fragging amounts per chicken dinner being 17 elimination. We got in close yesterday at 16. Still, RSG holds that gold standard up there in terms of a performance per match. But will it be broken today or tomorrow? That all depends on what plays down. In case you've forgotten about this brand new format here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring, it's a new format with a five matches per day of a 5-day competitive week here in week number 1, week number 2, and week number 3, in which the teams will be playing for points to make sure that they end up in the overall top 20. See, so you want to end up on top, right? Because the top 16 then will move on to the country grand finals here. Obviously, based on the overall placement points, that's how much points you will get in the bonus points, which I will explain in a bit once they do show you. And good news, because the top 3 will then move over straight into the 2022 PMPL Championship, while it's not over for the rest, because from position 4 to 6, we'll get a chance to fight for a slot in said C Championship through the C play-in, which will only happen for 1 day. So it becomes pretty crucial here if you want to work for some representation moving on onto the C Championship sort of things. Now, talking about the point system that takes place in-game, of course, this is the standard for PUBG Mobile, with first place taking home winner chicken dinner at 15 points, second bringing home 12, third at 10, fourth with 8, fifth with 6, 6 with 4, 7 with 2, and 8 to 12 bring home 1 point, 13 to 16. Well, brush it off and do better on the next page, the next match as well, with elimination points being 1 per kill. Now, this is the bonus point that we're talking about. So, at the end of the week, wherever you are in the overall standings, this is how much points you will earn that translates over towards the country final. So, if you're ended up in first place for the next 3 weeks, then you're going to back home for 60 points plus the country finals. That makes you 80 points in total. A huge head start, if you ask me. That 80 points is technically like 1 day gone. You got 1 day in the bag already. Now, these are the participating teams that we have for the league. In case you forget, the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring brings you Group A, Geek, R2K, Farang, Lejund, Clutch, Guerilla. Group B brings you Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, Homebois. Group C with Access redONE, EVOS VIP, Dingoz, Esports, Team Bosskur. Group B, Team SMG, RSG, MAB Esports, ALMGHTY. And Group E, Yoodo, Alliance 4 Rivals. And the rest of the boys, Team Hawk, TABAH NC, and KHI Esports. KHI, by the way, the guest of honor, of course, being the first PH team to join the league here. Now, check out today's schedule for the matches. It is the same rotation of map with Sandhawk going in first. Obviously, we'd like to get the most random one out of the way as soon as we could. And then we're going to jump into Erangel next, a double Miramar, and end the day with another Erangel. And this is what we have so far here with the overall standings. R2K, after the double winner chicken dinner last night, that shoots them all the way up to first place with a hefty amount of lead here, almost about, actually, it's about 20 points. So they have a lead of 1 map, but can they get comfortable? Last we saw, the last person at number 1 spot was Team Bosskur, who had a lead, who was then thrown down all the way to the 5th place in just a single day. So definitely comfort zone or complacency is not a quality you'd like to practice. Dingoz coming in second, Homebois in third, and well, you saw the charts. Unfortunately for the Malaysian fans, one of the top 2 of the second draft happens to be Team Secret and Sem9, the 2 legendary teams coming in from MY, which the fans are still very, very hoping for them to step up, right? They're very they're holding to it. They're nostalgic. This team means something for Malaysia, and so they're a bit saddened to have seen them down here in the second draft. But of course, we all know Team Secret and Sem9, what their tempo is, and they usually warm things up a little bit later than usual. But however, they pull through, right? However, again, I'm gonna throw you a curveball. That was when super weekends were a thing, so you can get away with a few bad days. This time round, I don't think things are too lenient, so we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I'm not going to be too negative about it, because we've seen how a single game can turn things around here when it comes to PUBG Mobile. It is, after all, a battle royale with a lot to look forward to. Hopefully, PH, your fans are waiting on you. Your first ever chicken dinner, that's one way to get these spirits and morale back up. But this is what we have for today. Will we see another back-to-back chicken dinners? Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, this is the brand new PUBG Mobile patch note that has been updated. It is the PUBG Mobile version 1.9 here, which introduces you Vibrant Anniversary, colorful spawn island, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycles, and new camps. Because just when you thought things cannot get any stale, they decided, hey, we're gonna throw in more colorful places for you to play in just to keep it fresh and alive. And well, my advice to you, don't ride on those colorful bicycles because you're just an eye candy. People can shoot you down. So classic mode has been improved also with the brand new bridge being introduced. This is classic mode. It doesn't translate onto your rank, but hopefully it does sooner than later, because this new bridge does introduce many more tactical approach when it comes to fighting on his chokehold and getting to the other side of the islands. And well, the upgraded cheer park, more fun things to look out for. But speaking of fun things, this is the funnest mode that PUBG Mobile has came out with this season. It's called Balloon Mode, or Don't Turn Into a Balloon, which really, it's a mouthful. So I'm calling it Balloon Mode because it sounds cuter. And look at the poster. It's cute too, because we don't see no gore or violence. You get shot, your head inflates with emojis, and then you float up to the sky. So it is as fun as it sounds. If you saw the show match, technically, theoretically speaking, if someone were to shoot you, your head inflates up, you float there forever, I think. I mean, nobody's really put it to the test when it comes to seeing the duration on which you get airtime. But last I saw, you're just dangling there forever until you get shot down by your ally or by your foe. Well, enough about that one. Go check out the Balloon Mode yourself. But this first match of the day, it's going to be Sandhawk, and I think TABAH NC most probably is going to get this one just because of how slow they play, usually based on what I've seen them perform throughout the entire 3 days now. They understand the map and they play it slow, and I think that is just a recipe when it comes to Sandhawk here. Rotation is key, and so without further ado, I'm going to pass you on to the casters to take Sandhawk into the adventures.
And welcome to the weekend. It's the PMPL MYSG Spring Season 2022. It's Contract here with Sis Jenny, and we're going to have a lot of great games here over the weekend. And I'm excited, so are you. But of course, let's go through with the formalities. Of course, we got to thank our official smartphone partners, Realme, because they got the awesome GT2 Pro. It's greater than you see. And this year, Realme, as a tech trendsetters, they will partner with PUBG Mobile to support all the young talents of esports with best-in-class products, so you can check it all out.
And if you have the phone, you need to have the line. So here we go. Yoodo. You can get free 5 GB of high-speed data with extra 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data. So you know what to do. Scan the QR code just now.
Yeah. All that aside, of course, when you switch to Yoodo, you get those free gigabytes, and that definitely saves you a lot of money. You don't really have to top up. Like, you're sick of all those bills piling up. You switch to Yoodo, you got full control of it. So as we approach our weekend, let's start off here with our flight path into Sandhawk. We're already seeing the flight path immediately, so we're gonna get it going pretty quickly as we hop on into the match.
Yep, and it seems like flight route seems to be from Dogs over to Cam Alpha, going all the way. I would say this is southwest over the 3 archipelagos of Sandhawk. It seems like everybody will go into their respective drop spots, but there could be surprise visits today because it is already the 4th day. And basically, tomorrow is the last day of the first week, so a whole lot of surprises can happen between today and tomorrow.
Indeed, and Sandhawk is always that all-ball game where it's all very reliant on that late game circle of how they maneuver across. Now, I really want to take a look at Clutch Guerillas. The way that they're playing is a little bit cheeky. One member just eyeing on 2 members of Bosskur by the corner of Painan. That also allows them to stack up even more loots by having all those scattered, basically, well, I wanted to say huts or villages. What would you prefer to call it? It's up to you.
Yeah, true enough. Oh, but you know what? KHI Esports decided to snatch back their drop spot over in Hatin, looking at there's no Sam 9, but there is Team Hawk here. So again, they will have the close combat battle first, but wait. We just changed the screen to SMG, already taking the first blood from somebody from RSG. So RSG already losing one teammate, but you know what? Very well planned here. They already kind of took one person from that team and decided to go off.
Yeah, and this is not happening once. This is twice that RSG suffered because of such a drop, where if you're going to move in as a singular unit, you got to be very wary of your surrounding. Homebois comes up with a grenade of his own on top of the roof. He may be able to spot Dams proning all the way on the corner. I think they've already gotten themselves some basic loots at least, so Dams can eventually fight back, but from this angle, not too much. While Ranked and the rest, they're going to work their way out as they're hoping to secure the first bullet of their own. Maybe not the first of the game, but it doesn't really matter too much. Any points that they can get right now is going to be beneficial. KHI Esports, so far, they've only acquired 41 points. It's still very doable for them to climb up into the middle of the standings so that they could push for those bonus points.
Definitely, bonus points is important, but let's look into Zuli. Apparently, I think today Team Hawk is going a little bit more aggressive than usual. They already know that is possibly KHI who will take back their drop spot over in Hatin. But Team Hawk is not going to back down. They are going to fight. Even though, yep, they're coming in close, they are opening up. Not really. But I think the one that is opening up is key. The player that has opened up for Team Hawk is probably Dams and Zuli, who has a different angle. So I'm not sure. It's a win-win situation for these two teams, and it seems like KHI will want to fight back, but they're not oriented that nice, I would say.
Yeah, I guess that they just have to really get in sync. But there is a little bit of lob exchange coming out from Damaso. He's going to be priming another grenade towards a member of THQ, but Demigod from the far end of the fence. He's going to get clipped out, so he even goes to Damaso. Two members left for the side of KHI, and Red's going to be the next one to fall. THQ, they only have one member that's dropped out, but they will still have enough members to back it all up. So Ranked, he could go in for the safe, and it shouldn't be all too worrisome. They did lose Damaso though, so now it's going to be a 3 versus 4, not really in their favor, and they're kind of segregated right now.
Yep, so Demigod is already down also, so we're looking at 2 versus 4 of them who is still alive. I'm not so sure, but Haikul actually had a good point, but already been taken down. Homebois very confidently at level 2 over on the rooftop. Ransky already know what's going on. I'm wondering why are they not deploying the grenade, probably because they don't have one equipped yet. But this is definitely a given shot, and coming in, oh, okay, that's smart, that's smart.
Whoa.
He went into level 2 straight. This is all about mind games, like I said. Regions, countries from Philippines and Singapore like to play mind game, but the spray's coming in straight. Ransky not happy with the amount of damage being done to his teammate. Now only looking for one more person actually, but Demigod will get that revival.
Yeah, I guess the mind games don't work, especially when you have a full squad swarming at you and you're all alone. Well, I think that it's a very good defensive maneuver nonetheless. Now, even though they don't really have first aid, they will have Dams. He's going to be rushing forward. Whatever damage that he soaked will regain that information for Zuli so that he could come in from the further side of the flank. Now, Ranked as well as Demigod, they need to make a decision here. If you're going to stay in this city, you're going to have to be ready to fight. If you're going to make it off quickly, find a vehicle by the road if there's any, and just dash off. There's not too much to get out from. And the rest of Team Hawk is swarming in like hornets, and this is where it all starts.
Equipped with a DBS, I think Demigod is ready to take up the shot, and he has to be careful. Ranked with the Thompson spraying onto Dams. Now going up to level 2. I'm not sure why are they not pushing together for Team Hawk, because they have the DBS, but you know what? Already without that DBS, very happily spraying the box. Enjoy. Congratulating one another, I would say. It's not toxic, it's happy, guys, happy.
Well, oh well, I don't know what to make out of that. Certainly, KHI isn't all too happy with the situation. But nonetheless, I think it's enough of what they could possibly pull up They did get one member knocked out, but unfortunately, they didn't really commit towards that point of takedown. I felt like it was necessary because you know that it's going to be basically 4 versus 2 by that point. So if you can get 1 or 2 points out of that and you still bow, it's fine. It counts as you have like, you know, like a rank 9 finish.
Yep.
Rank 8. I got to get back to the charts to get myself back on track. Anyways, RG, they also have suffered the same scenario. They had a member taken out, and that's small boy, team captain of the game. And looks like we do have a clear view for Almighty. And I know you were pretty excited about their very first chicken dinner. And I myself have been looking at the team, and they've been having a better performance game after game. So what are the chances here for them to back another one for the weekend?
But this is probably an interesting fact that I think most of our casters and analysts, or even you guys, if you have been watching PUBG Mobile, usually for a big tournament like PMPL, coming towards the end of the week, or at least the end of the examination, teams get more tactical. So today, we might see a whole lot of mind games coming from all these teams. They will be more, more careful with their steps, the choice of guns that they are going to bring in. Like, for example, the other day I saw Snipes at the very last few circles. He was equipped with M4 and a DBS. So today we might see similar kind of, I would say, work, study that they have already made to perfect the last few days of this test that they've got. But here we go. We have the kill feed coming in from Dingoz to NSEA. Again, a team that we will not expect to get the first few eliminated members, I would say, which is Dingoz going towards NC. But then again, this is Dingoz. We're talking about a coach that is called Batman. He has super 100 plus 100 IQ. That guy is amazing. So whatever you see Dingoz is doing, it's all his magic actually.
Well, I certainly agree that this guy's a genius, but I don't know if there's a calculator for his IQ to be exact. But also props to the players as well, right? Like, to carry a brand that, had its rise and fall, now making a huge comeback, especially currently sitting at number 2 as we have 4 groups in play. Dingoz with a total of 122 points, added with the first one that they've gotten by Yoodo. And I think that they're definitely on a good track record. All they have to do is to rinse and repeat the same formula heading into the next weekend.
True enough. But here we go, looking into Almighty. Probably strategizing again. This time you can see that they are trying to approach with a they want to contact people instead of being passive. They are more confident now, spraying away. Nasty nearly getting Rensky. And this is a team that just had contacted KHI. So obviously, those amount of sprays, the amount of contact has already attracted Almighty to look into the direction and look out for the team that has caused that noise. And Almighty is actually on the hunt to get them from the back. So this is the kind of tacticality we're looking at here. And this is coming from a Singapore team who is actually hunting for praise, which we don't really see, especially at the start of the tournament.
Yeah, and you can see that each season the Singaporean teams have adapted very well. Like, this sort of maneuver that they're coming up with is smart enough where they understand, okay, you pin the other team outside of the blue zone, and all you need is just a few attacks. You don't really have to full commit. You reposition yourself, and you leave the enemies guessing, okay, is this route that we're going to take safe enough for us to cross? Or should we just hold back longer? If they hold back, they have to burn their resources, and therefore it's the less likelihood that they would survive in that late game. So by doing so repeatedly, you could basically drain out your opponents without needing to take those fights. Sure, you may not get those points, but you don't always have to, because once you're secure with the position, it's all settled down.
Totally agree with that. Contra, they will usually go in that kind of angles to get at least 1 or 2 kill points. And then again, this is Sandhawk. A lot of these games, a lot of the games that is in this tournament is all about survival. Minimally, they will focus on elimination point, but there is a few teams that would still go for the elimination points, which is one that we're looking at is RSG. Another team is probably EVOS. They will be all, and also Axis Red 1, who is always going for elimination points. And Rex already being spotted with that beautiful grenade from Mail, getting him on point. He was doing a little bit of the jiggle, but did not work. Another grenade is coming in, not gonna give that elimination point straight away, but Mail has given his position away. So I think they're going to do probably a rotation, not rotation, but they're going to flank. Looking at Kim, I think he will try to take that flank.
As we move forward towards the views of Yoodo Alliance, they may have noticed that members of Farang are lurking around the corner, or they may have no idea. Here comes Adik Luke. He whiffs a couple of shots of his Vector. Now the Res is here to play particularly out with the Vector, and he switches over to Emperor to secure the number, while Appy's going to be able to go in for a refrag as well. Takes out a member of Farang Legend. So Helton, he's going to be hiding over in the corner of the wall, but he will be supported by Repo Boy. But this isn't really the best of situation for Farang.
Yep, pretty much not the best situation at all. I did see quite a mistake there, I would say. Using the Vector first to spray, it would have been better with the M4 because Adi, he prefers to use M4 at any point of time. So probably not the right choice of gun to do that counter. He could have just clutched actually.
I could still argue with that because it's a close quarter compound, and
Yeah.
I think it's just misalignment. He was, well, if we were to say in Malay, it's galaba. You know, like, oh, okay, to translate that, hey, he's anxious, or well, I need the dictionary right now. But all in all, I think there's no wrong move. It's just that a whiff's a whiff. If you have a M4 and you're going to whiff it, it's going to be about the same. While we have the exchange that will still continue on. Mao is still on top of the roof, and RNG couldn't really flush him out. And I got to recorrect myself because that was a perfect name.
Oh, yes, and tossing back the grenades from Rex here, trying to bring down SMG again. This is your drop spot we're talking about over in Paradise. RSG is trying to force them out, but being Jenny, not me, but my other twin, yeah, it's going to hold on to the fort, not going to let it go as easily, but it's not going to be a short battle. It's going to be a long battle knowing that this is SMG's ground. And there is a high possibility that the circle might just go into the circle of SMG one more time, like the first day when we saw how SMG got the first chicken dinner for our first game of the tournament. Yeah, true enough, the circle did push or pull into the areas of Paradise. The more of that, the reason of why Jenny would not get out of that particular compound. In fact, they are still occupying Paradise. They're stubborn enough to stay in, making RSG go out or come in. But we can see that RSG is probably bailing out.
Yeah, and they didn't really have enough members early on, but they don't really have to move too far off. Just a little bit of a history lesson as well for those who may have just tuned in for the very first time. RSG, this organization started out as one of the top teams that people look up to in Sanhok when they used to have Voki as well. And they always play by Paradise Resort, so they know every corner of the terrain. So I think it's advantages for them because Small Boy, he have already imparted a majority of all these ideas back towards the team of how they could slowly play it out. And besides, there's a lot of other teams that are currently circling around the corner of the upcoming zone. So for now, sure, it may be a little bit of a slow run for many of these teams. Some of them are still scattered around, trying to look for those loots, but Clutch almost getting tagged out to the exams here, coming with a little bit of setup by the jungle. Can only do a little bit of chip damage.
But that was a beautiful, smart move by Clutch Guerilla. This is their first season for this PMPL. They went through a cross in Sandhawk and make EVOS sprayed. So one of the things that is probably vulnerable for EVOS right now, everybody knows where they are. Rapperboy is the next one that is going to do the spray right now, already losing his main fragger. Adik Luke still trying to spray with the M4, but not getting any less damages is being done here. Although Dingoz might get the same information knowing there is a team here, and they're going to divert their attention into where Bosskur just parked themselves comfortably around the compound. And now changing our views into Geek fam. Oh, another spray is about to happen, guys. And today we are seeing a whole lot of proning while coming into the rotation.
Yeah, and you just want to slowly sneak up a few points or two if you're going to be a team that's part of the PMPL for the moment. So that aside, we've already seen, like, of course, the squad wipe early on. KHI still not really finding the rhythm, and you know, that attempt to regain that control back in Hatim. Honestly, it's not a worst of decision because they just don't expect Team Hawk to be around. In fact, who would have expected them to drop in? We've never seen Team Hawk there ever. So is this like a taste of their own medicine, or what do you want to call it? Because this is traditional Araf. They like to invade as well.
True enough, and it's like the work of Boyka a little bit. But here we go. We are seeing a little bit of the... You got to be careful, Rapper Boy. There is EVOS just underneath, and he already definitely got information. He did definitely see Insomnius. If we can see him, everyone... Oh dear. He's stopping in the middle one more time. Not sure why is the reason, but okay, he got that plan well enough. Right behind Rapper Boy being the IGL, just behind the tree. He's going to try and take down EVOS, but EVOS has more manpower and they have the compound. So they can open up, they can flank in, and plus there is other teams that's going to be the third, fourth, fifth party. As we speak, yes, look at Samzi already doing that disciplinary action, flanking out, getting more information. It's more vulnerable for Farang Lejund with the help of CLC, the brothers in blood. I'm sure they are not sure that they are actually beside one another. But Shinzi taking down, slowing down the process for EVOS to flank up, and this is going to give more reset time for Farang Lejund.
Yeah, and at least they make it an even fight, but Clutch is also chiming into this foray, and I'm not too sure if Farang could possibly hold on longer on top of that hill. Clutch, they have a wider angle with this 2-2 split while RAZ and the rest of R2K is also coming in, and hence they found themselves Jimmy OP from the back. R2K, they like to do all these sneaky moves and harm. He will secure one of the first point for the team, while the rest of R2K, they've just arrived to the scene and they got more benefits than the ones that have been here for the longest of time.
Yep, true enough, and still, suddenly out of nowhere, the third, the fourth, the fifth party come into play. R2K from the back, also guarding that huge point that they are leaving behind other teams. This is the strategy that we are looking at here. R2K will try to play from the back, and you know what? Clutch was actually trying to clutch a lot of players, but did not happen. But suddenly, you know what? This view have changed. MAB, Geek Fam was doing rotation, coming out from their secure grounds by Rapper Boy, taking out Samzi, who will get first. Rapper Boy with the head in line, but not enough. Insomnius from the side.
Coming in with a really good flank. Buys a little time for Examzi, but I don't know if they could basically get the res. It's already phase 4. They might just ditch him off while they still have a long way to go to get to where they need to be. I want to look at the update of the circle. We've been focusing on this territory for the longest of time, but R2K, definitely the biggest winner out of all these skirmish. They didn't really have to have full commitments compared to the rest of the team. Now, everyone's pretty much scattered apart, while Samzi won't be able to survive for long, while Leo will have to storm up in the way. That will be all for Farang Esports.
It's really an situation for Farang. We have all been waiting for the comeback, at least for the Malaysian scene. Probably it's not going to come in anytime soon, not for Sandhawk, but let's go and look into how EVOS is going to overcome R2K with the smart gameplay. At least they have started up today's match, telling everybody that we are not just fraggers. We can think about it And when they think they can execute, look at Zikis who's coming in. Now leaving only Aizen at the back. Is it still possible? Oh no, it's not even Aizen, it's Echo. He's the only person alive. Wait, yes, it's the only person. He's the only person alive right now for
he's out of
R2K.
mats.
And I don't think he has enough sufficient first aid kits. But if he does, I don't think he's going to commit to even take the counter.
Here comes Yoodo Alliance with another easy pick out in the open. But Pamburu, he's currently left alone, as Happy is watching on the other side of the flank as well. Micah tries to go in for the kill, but he will get pinned down instead. Great work from Pamburu. Now, the question is, who's going to be able to make it all the way to TABAH? Because every other team over the southern side, they have to leave Paradise Resort, and there's going to be a lot of fish here to fry. It's Ricky! Be able to spot one out while Naoki struggling to make his way through. He doesn't have any more first aid kit. Eventually, Bosskur will have this member drop out. And Dingoz Esports, as much as they get tagged, they will not be able to save Baby Kim.
But you know what? The circle contra is actually the first Sandhawk circle.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Yes, that's exactly the same. It has a little bit of a hard shift from the Paradise, and that's the reason why the Paradise people are not coming in. Keto trying to spray onto NSEA. Dingoz playing mind games, and they are getting it done nicely. You can get into the zone safely, in fact. Dams is still in the game trying to eliminate NSEA. Magix is left outside being the healer of the team. Not sure exactly how many first aids he has equipped. But Baby Kim will try and do whatever sweeping action that is possible. Mael, no chance to come in. These are the people from Paradise coming out finally. SMG with 3 men still alive.
And this circle is ruthless. As much as it's a little bit of a deja vu of what we have back in our very first Sandhawk, I think that teams definitely did not expect this. SMG have enjoyed this just like what you said much early on if it actually pulls true. Ricky now gets tagged from the back. It's Team Hawk that has made their way through. Now, EVOS at P, they've got no healers left, and we saw Insomnus go down. He didn't even have meds. 9th place for EVOS, while on the number 8, it's going to be R2K.
Nice. R2K did not have that magic in hand, but let's just see with the teams that is still alive. We've got 7 teams alive, 19 players still in the current circle, and everybody is trying to get into the nice sweet spot, but it's already taken over by Team Huck. MAB, at least for now that we can see in the minimap, but Almighty coming in for the party. Moki aiming towards Nasty, getting down, but that's not going to be the end. Look at Almighty, they are still going to be alive. 4 people still in the game. Baby Kim heading towards SMG, guys. There's a whole lot of spraying going on. Moki not done with Almighty. They got to get himself into the zone.
Trying to get him through the smoke. They did manage to get one. He gets 2. My goodness. What a transition that was. And now SMG have to quickly resuscitate 5 frags and for Dingoz Esports. They're taking a very wide control. Look at them. They're holding it out individually, and they slowly choke everyone else off of this current circle. They know this entire section is cleared off. They only need to deal with Team Hawk right now. Michael's inside of the shack. Now he's going to be holding on for even longer. The grenades are flying in as well. Keto, he has to squeeze tight. And look at that. Circle belongs to the Dingoz.
Yep, they have already flanked out nicely. Well, 1v1 action. John goes down. Ate will take the lead, and immediately he diverts his attention to all the other parties that's coming in. Damn QT goes down next. Jenny will try to do whatever it takes to still get that SMG Sandhawk chicken dinner if it's still possible. But look at how Dingoz is dominating. They are sweeping from one angle to another angle. Almighty, no chance of coming in. Tossing in by that beautiful grenade from Ricky. Trying to eliminate Team Hawk. They're so stubborn. They're not trying to coming out.
It's going to be continuing on with the pressing, but Ricky, he soaks in that grenade. Great recovery coming out of Team Hawk. Now Dingoz will still have a few members to play out from Jenny. He's on the edge, and he's trying to play the healing game instead of walking his way in. He knows that it's going to be a lost cause if he's going to be pushing out, so they're just going to let Team Hawk as well as Dingoz go in for the fight. Baby Kim, he's getting attacked from the back. Heiko doing a really great work so far. Still has another nade. He doesn't really have any sort of armor left. Ate tries to go in for recovery, and here you go. A little bit straight through the smoke as he catches one out. It's between a 1v1. Heiko tries to trade. Now Ate will be able to bring it back. This chicken dinner is for Dingoz.
Yep, definitely true. Dingoz, winner, a chicken dinner. Just like how they kind of use that particular circle.
That's right, of course. Let's bring it up to the screen. Baby Kim, definitely the MVP of the match as we celebrate another win for Dingoz Esports.
Yes, we may have similar circle, but it was a different victor who came out on top. If you didn't already know, that circle over in TABAH was SMG's first ever chicken dinner and till this day, their only chicken dinner. Unfortunately for them, they were this close to securing one once again. The win condition was there. However, the ship sailed east instead. And so, congratulations to Dingoz. They came out victorious with that one. And it seems like the reoccurring theme here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring seems to be absolutely firepower. But first, good stuff finally up for grabs. I talked about giveaways, and today is one of those days. Very generous is PUBG Mobile right now. Go get yourself this chlorophyll outfit with a corner of the cob head with the code down below, okay? Go over to www.pubgmobile.com/redeem. Look at these two codes, screenshot it, type it in immediately actually, because these are unique links, which means it will be a different set of code later on for today. Which means if someone has claimed it, you cannot do so. Simple as that. Hey, you want things to be competitive? You want to fight for the #1 slot? Then hey, join in on the action. See how fast your hands are. Can you type these codes out and redeem it before anyone else can? That is also a question for you. So let us take a look at the brand new PUBG Mobile. It is called the PUBG Mobile version 1.9. Okay, in case you didn't already know, the Vibrant Anniversary has been introduced here, bringing you some colorful spawn islands, or I guess your waiting screen while you wait for the flight to actually take off. It's going to be a bit more colorful and not so dull anymore. Meanwhile, Aerial Battlefield is also introduced here alongside with colorful bicycles and new camps for you to explore. Aerial Battlefield, where we're going here? Air, gunships, dogfights? I don't know. You can already drive airplanes in PUBG Mobile anywhere. Now it's just adding in firepower into it, possibly so. This is Classic Mode as well, introducing new bridge, recall mechanic, and other basic improvements. And more details on that is right here, the mechanical improvements, which is going to change the way you play the game. First of all, you can be a bit more negligent, I guess, about the blue zone here now that they introduced you the play zone countdown reminders. So you don't always need to keep it at the back of your head. However, obviously, the information is king, and if you do have that already in the back of your head, just keep on doing that. Here's just an annoying reminder for you. Viewpoint has been adjusted as well, and a quick voice wheel chat in case you want to be a little bit more toxic. In a friendly way, of course. Just keep spamming the voice notes in which PUBG Mobile has released, some of them being with your own Malaysian players and idols or whatnot, right? Or maybe the Singapore players one day, PH, going to get their own voice note. I'm not promising anything, I'm just saying the possibility is there because they've already done it with some of the players here in the MY region. So, all you have to do is go over to the app, download the thing, or download the latest update. So, not really download per se, update the app and try it out for size and let me know how it goes, okay? Just like the balloon mode, just like some of the brand new things that PUBG Mobile has been giving out here now that it's its 4th year anniversary. In case I haven't repeated that all too many times now. Go wish them a happy birthday. Go wish them down in the chat. Go wish the moderator who's working for PUBG Mobile and wish her a happy birthday. Right now, we have the match rankings with 12 eliminations on the side of Dingoz and a 15 points to sweeten the deal up here. At first place, that is Dingoz, running away with a total of 27 points. SMG came in close, came in second, taking away 18 points. Not nearly as much as they hoped they would have, but hey, if you're SMG, you haven't been too hot besides the first match in day number 1, so I'll take it. Team Hot coming in close as well towards their chicken dinner with 15 points. TABAH NC, the team I voted, unfortunately, because I voted for them, maybe did not pan out so well, so I'll take the blame for that one. Axis Esports or Axis redONE tying things out with MAB. MAB, a team down in the second draft who has been showing a lot of fight recently. Unfortunately, although the damage they dish out is high, people tend to finish the job for them. So Dingoz Baby Kim taking home MVP, 6 eliminations, 940 damage under his name. This guy is a lethal killer and a team player here with 38% of the team contribution contributed by his end. So pretty much a well-balanced team. I mean, we saw how they played that circle. They took over 1/4 of it from the get-go. There was no fear. I mean, there was no way they were going to let that one slip and slide here. Take a look at the weekly rankings. This is the overall so far. R2K still on top. Like I mentioned, they did have a lead of about 1 game, 20 points. And so right now, exacerbating their lead a little bit, I guess, with the way they played it previously. However, Dingoz slowly catching up now, 148. And so that 20 points different now just dialed down to probably less than 10 even. So I'm not going to do the specific counting, you do it. Homebois is coming in third, staying stagnant there, 118. Axis redONE as well. Still, I think they moved up a little bit, but Team Secret not going anywhere anytime soon. And ALMGHTY, man, this team from the Singapore region, from the bottom, now crawling their way up onto the second draft most possibly. If they can keep up with the consistency, ALMGHTY might very well stand a chance to make their way up into the middle of the pack or even the upper middle of the pack, right? So Sam9 will drop, unfortunately, with that. Someone has to go up, someone has to go down. Clutch Guerilla as well. Farang now occupies in the second last column here in the overall standings, which is not very pleasing, I guess, because they are the talk of the town. People did see a lot of potential for them, and in fact, they shocked a lot of the fans here in the MY region last season. So them coming on this sort of performance it's night and day. It's heaven and hell. It's heaven and earth, I guess, to be more PC about things. It's not the difference, the discrepancy you'd expect coming from this team, especially with the kind of players on their entire roster. But let's see how Dingoz earned their chicken dinner here. Now, obviously, the drop spot there did favor them. They had a very weird 1-1-1 split just to go in for the resources. at each corners of the map in which the vicinity of their drop spot here. One at TABAH, one in Mog 9. And fortunately for them, the first circle did close towards them. So after having looted that option, they don't come back and regroup. Instead, they decided to spread out to gain info on the rotations, seeing as though that they are smack dab in the center here. And by actually doing so, they risk eliminating, they lower the risk of losing the entire teams, right? Because when you're just spread out, one thing, you get info, and if they do crash upon one of these small compounds or shed that they currently reside in, it will be one member down instead of the entire team. So playing it smart, recognizing that the circle is smack dab around them. It is a TABAH circle again, so it's easy for teams like SMG and RSG. RSG actually crashing into SMG's location over at Paradise. They kind of have an idea on where all the teams are. Eventually, when that circle closes in a little bit further, when all the teams are being gatekeeped by the right-hand side, as you can see on the east, I remember seeing a bunch of the team trying to push through. Obviously, EVOS had their squabbles with Farang, which then got people dying in the process. Bosskur being gatekeeped by Baby Kim. And besides that, there was no other way through because they're going to be killing each other off. I believe NSEA tried and got into a car just to drive over to where Rush currently is, but again, where Dingoz was, they actually shot down the vehicle trying to make that rotation, leaving only Magics within the blue cannot rotate in. So from the get-go, Dingoz, the way they spread out and occupy that map from the circle previously actually gave them a lot of control when it comes to gatekeeping their circle as well. And as we can see, this was the Paradise in which SMG was quietly residing for the longest of time, unfortunately, because they did have earlier confrontations with RSG, but they never really clear off the entire team. They got one kill, and they just allowed RSG to occupy the space further, which means how do you make a rotation out of Paradise without risking being shot when you let the enemy live? That is the million-dollar question here. Now, eventually, as the circle closes, everyone would have to leave the comforts of their own respective compounds. Dingoz, sure, they got shot a little bit, but they had Baby Kim here, who's got eyes on the entire SMG. You got It's Kiddos and Ricky guarding the northern side, where they see the entirety of Team Hawk, right? And eventually, the circle does close in even further, and Dingoz, the way they spread out and take control of the entire map, at least 1/4, I believe, was occupied by Dingoz, and everyone else just, well, they just got shot down. They were literally right in front of them. So ALMGHTY playing it passive. They like to do this. This is like previously how they got their winner chicken dinner. Take a look at how Dingoz is spread out. 1/4 of the map, actually I would even say close to half here. 3/4 of the map is occupied by Dingoz with the widespread. Everyone else just right in front of their eyeballs. It was just a shoot ahead and don't look back, and you'll eventually get the winner chicken dinner prize here, and that's exactly what they did. Great movement by them, understanding the map really well from the get-go, right? Like, you would even argue with that small bit of chance that the circle closed on them, the way they chose to play being smack dab in the center is what won them the game, because not much has changed since they occupied center zone, and when the circle closed, everything just fell into place. And so Dingoz, they are also sharpshooters, so things work out, and a winner with a chicken dinner. So congratulations once again, Dingoz. However, this is only the first game of the day. We have 4 more to play out here. Next is Erangel, a double Miramar waiting for us, and we're gonna end the day again with Erangel. So before we get into more action here with the PUBG Mobile 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring, I'm gonna go into a quick break. So I'll see you when that time comes. See ya.
We have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and oh, it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's It's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see like, okay, I can see someone's like dropping over, and that's about it. But we have look here. Finally, we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some, well, some elimination points for himself, I guess. And it's just a party that's happening. I don't know when you're gonna call that platform. King of the platform, I guess.
Well, King of the Skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's PMPL MY from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just floating. Just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day. I guess that with more and more things happening, we have ALMGHTY just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, you know, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, Adilu definitely wants more, and then one day to rule them all. I mean, Adi, yeah, just did that.
Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all 4 still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday
To you.
hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun. Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary.
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa untuk saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
Pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Season 5 ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik.
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
Di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, Mos, gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action!
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar.
Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 point tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je. Memang easy.
Free point je kot. Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Buat je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate meh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Kenapa? Tak kenal tu. Sorry tu. I think exist because of jumper. Actually he replaced Voke punya tempat. Because we know Voke how he handle Team AZ before. Really barbar. Kita pun tahu how jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well to jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut Din lah. Dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang nak tahu, boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Bokeh lah. Saya pun tak jangka Bokeh pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Bokeh akan stay, tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like, Haikal went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there.
Trash talk lah kan? Team Bosskur lah, Team Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance. So don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, you will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever. Sebab ada Boki. Sebab Boki tak suka kita pun tak suka dia. Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab team dia tu setakat firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Miao tu yang acah-acah rimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang, memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
Tanpa korang, siapalah kami? YA4R win!
Realize.
GG RSG.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. Aziz ganas.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
One chicken dinner is out of the way. 4 more to be won here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. And you're joining me to take you across this entire evening. My name is Keith. You can follow me at Keith Alicio. It's hard to spell. And also follow all the casters that you do see up on the screen. Okay? Make sure you type, I guess, 1% as much words as they blather out every single time an action happens. That's the least you can do. Okay, go follow them up and also follow PUBG Mobile on every social platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and even TikTok. Talking to you young kids who are pretty trendy nowadays. I can't do any of the dances because then I'll look like a very cringy old man. Hey, huge shout out to the people on top. That is PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios for making this very momentous event happen here. Now with Philippines joining onto the mix, it's just getting wider and wider. We're getting more people onto this family, more people onto this hype train, and I can't wait to share more of these games with you guys at home. So, drop down in the comment section below a very happy birthday, PUBG Mobile. Thank you for bringing in PH into this entire league, and maybe suggest them even more places, so then we would have a hard time saying the entire tournament name on air. It's already hard as it is, right? Like 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Imagine adding 5 more into the mix. It's gonna be hard for us, but it's gonna be funny for you guys. And well, if I was a viewer myself, I'd like to see me have a hard time. Now, we are down 1 game of the entire day. 4 more to play here. Next one coming up is going to be in Erangel, which means it's going to be a balanced match, which means the luck of the circle plays at least less significant. I wouldn't say not significant at all, but less significant than it would be on a Sandhawk map. However, we all know when the circle does shift every now and then. I'm not saying it'll never happen, but it does. It would. It could. There is an off chance that it does shift on the way to Sosnovka, and that is the kind of match that I would like to see. Now that, you know, PUBG Mobile with their version 1.0 actually allows you to loot underwater. Sounds like a good thing to test things out, right? Although I think that that only applies to classical mode. But hey, a man can wish, can't he? Just like PUBG Mobile and their birthday here. So take a look at the previous matchup. On the head-to-head, we have these 2 players, both very young-looking players, Dingoz, Baby Kim, and SMG Damn Cutie. It's like he knows he's got what it takes to get the women's all crazy, and he's rocking it on his name alone. 6 eliminations for Baby Kim, 4 for Mr. Damn Cutie, 940 damage from Baby Kim, and 562 for Damn Cutie. 38% team contribution to the 48%. So Damn Cutie seems to go ahead in slightly in terms of team contribution than the baby himself. So Dingoz towering above the rest. Need I say more? 12 kills, 2,000. My God, 2,385. These people just manslaughtered the entirety of the people of the teams that were playing in the first Sandhawk map. Look at Geek fam. They've got 18 damage out. Wonder what happened to that. I didn't see much of them. I guess I know why now. Now, match number 2, Erangel is coming in next. Again, the team that will be playing, Team ABDE. Group C will be standing out, which means Axis redONE will take a break alongside EVOS VIP, Dingoz Esports, and Team Bosskur. So that is going to open some sort of window for the rest of the teams to catch up here. Now that Dingoz, the team who did get that chicken dinner in the previous game, is on the back foot, taking a break. So all the other teams, whatever their lead that Dingoz has placed upon themselves, will be nullified for a second if you yourself can get into that chicken dinner and maybe even shoot up all the way up to number 1. I'm talking about, of course, the top 5 teams right now whose differences are very negligible. I believe R2K is at number 1, Dingoz at number 2 by only like less than 5 points apart, if my math didn't fail me, which, let's be honest, is the whole reason why I'm here talking and instead not actually doing science. So don't take my word for it, but you can trust me on the placements of these teams. R2K is at number 1, Dingoz number 2, and who do I think is going to get the chicken dinner for today? I think it's going to be R2K, because why not, right? Hey, if you were in the minds of R2K, you were at number 1, you had a 1-team lead, and you realized Dingoz just chicken in the previous round. Now you're only a difference from about 5 points. Surely there's some sense of urgency that goes through your veins, which tells you to step up. You can't mess around now. You're gonna lose the lead at the number 1 spot if they don't do something drastic about it. And R2K, hey, maybe the circle didn't favor them this time round. Maybe it would in Erangel, or maybe this team don't even need a circle, seeing as though how crazy they can play with just sure mechanics alone. Their firepower, they are, I would argue, so far looking like the best when it comes to gunfight. I've seen how R2K were pushing into circles, and they had only 1 member wiping out like 3 other players in the process and making a successful entry. Although they did lose some members in the blue, but they still made it through. So, man, they are somehow, they're becoming my favorite team. I hate to say it, okay? I really don't want to have a favorite, but they're becoming my favorite team just because whenever the camera goes on to R2K, you know they're shooting, the guns blazing, they're no fear. They have no fear, and I'd like to see that sort of entertainment come out from this game number 2. So without further ado, I'm gonna send you off to Erangel to play this one out in this battle royale called PUBG Mobile. Casters, please take this one away.
Thank you, Keith. But wow, what a lalang.
Well, you know, every single game he will switch his predictions and he will just say, "Oh, I love this. They're gonna win." And next thing you know, they got jinxed. Yeah, like by now, what's new? I mean, in the second season, and
yeah,
he's trying. He's trying. He's giving me some weird stare on across the corner.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm not gonna be distracted because we got you guys here to focus on. So, of course, if you haven't hit the like button on the Facebook page, or you know, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, man, you're gonna miss out on a lot of actions that's gonna be happening here at the PMPL MYSGPH. So far, I think that Sanhok to start off the day isn't always too telling on who's gonna be able to dominate the rest of the matchup, because compared to the rest of the region, I think that the way that they play is just, you know, whoever does benefit from the circle knows would be able to close out the game. And I feel like that's the nature of it.
Yep.
So I just want to see more, you know, more fights, more action, more third parties, anything that they control on board. Let's bring it up here in Arangel and let's see if R2K wins it out.
I'm not surprised if Keith decides to change to SMG because damn Keith was a cutie for him. But anyways, let's go and fly over the OG map in Erangel, and it seems like the flight route is starting from, I would say this is the Povka. Or I could be wrong. No, wait, it's Milta Power. Milta Power all the way to Quarry. Apparently, it's cutting towards the south side across the Strait of Sovnoska and the mainland of Erangel. It might be difficult for teams who are trying to reach to Jogopol or even Yasenaya, maybe teams of Geek Fam and things and teams like that who would probably try and scavenge a vehicle from some of the teams who are going to get the vehicles, which I know of. It's like probably Clutch Guerilla would go for vehicles, even GENEXUS, even I would say, I mean, there's a lot of teams going to go for vehicles.
I'm pretty sure they will eventually.
They're going to fight for that.
This is skewed towards the south side.
Yeah.
So long as nobody is going to be taking places like Quarry, Ferry Pier, Primos, they have to travel. And Team Secret, always dropping into Pacheki, they always have this stability regardless of the flight path. And I think like they definitely know that sort of solution. EVOS VIP isn't playing, so some other team can occupy the school section if they want to. But it's honestly not the most popular place as compared to, you know, other towns like Rozog, Isnaya. I think maybe it's an issue of gathering enough loots. Some teams, they're like loot goblins, right? Like you go around, oh, I got this M4. Should I take the M4? Should I take the Car 98? Should I take the Mini 14? And the list goes on. And school, sure, you can find some of those, but I think it's just about enough, especially when it comes down to first aid kits, grenades. Like, there's not too many to go about.
Ah, but okay. And the loots that we are just talking about, some of these teams are actually trying to make their way into the drop spot as of now, but we're looking straight into KHI. Probably shout out from observers trying to look onto this team who we have been actually calling out to give us a performance which they have been giving ever since the day that they clutched Dingoz. But Pochinki is actually being occupied by Clutch Guerilla, probably because Team Secret is going to Cerveny as of this map, and they are playing definitely. So we're just seeing a lot of teams just looting on by ALMGHTY. So Contra, what do you think about ALMGHTY as of now on their progress?
Well, I think that, like I did mention from yesterday and also earlier today, they have definitely shown some really promising sign. As compared to, you know, all the other seasons, it will take a lot of time for SG teams to adjust. And this team, they've been around for long enough, and most often than not, like when you have already played plenty of games together, you will eventually find that certain formula. Now, Riff took a really long float into Rozok. I think that's one good way to start things off, right? Like if you can't rely on securing your vehicle, don't even try because you might just get run over. So we don't want none of that to happen, and therefore they are all planted safely. none of the teams here have any members dropped out, so that's the first good sign of our first Erangel match.
True enough, and here we go. RSG is grabbing onto the vehicles, and this is actually a town of Milta. Like what we always see, they have been here. Actually, I'm not sure why they were coming from the back for Brian, and also Rex. Probably they are finished with looting, and they just got themselves a vehicle somewhat, because the flight route, it was fair enough. It went towards Milta, but I'm not so sure why it took them like about 2 minutes plus to gather probably vehicles. But here we go, GENEXUS, a team that I think some of them actually come in to watch the live for is because of Pew Pew. Pew Pew, man. Talk about him, Contra. You were in casting desk when he was being competitive, right? Back in season 1 and 2. So tell the viewers and me about Pew Pew.
Oh, Pew Pew. Well, he's definitely a very shy guy at first, but once you and him get to know each other, yeah, he definitely opens up. He's always nice to, you know, check up on others as well, and to those who are close to him. They only got great things to say. Like, overall, I could understand why he's got fans worldwide. Not only is he good at the game, you know, his content was genuine, and I think, like, it's a thing for the ladies, you know, the shy, good-looking guy, and he's good at everything he does, and not only that, he's good at his studies. He's very well focused, and you know, recently he went to Korea, possibly picked up some skills of his own, and while he's at it, I think that after all, his heart still lies here in this game after even being MIA for like a season or 2.
Yeah, totally agree. That it reminded me of one particular invitation that I got. I was a fan of Bew Bew, and then he invited me to play a scrim with him. So everybody was just like trying to get onto the slot with him. So I was one of the lucky ones. I get to be in the same team as him. We dropped in boot camp. Everybody was like fighting one another. You know, in his team there was like 3 ladies. We were protecting him. Like, no, you're not gonna kill. You're not going to eliminate him.
Save the king.
And I managed to knock out 2 of the guys from bootcamp. So I felt like a heroine, but I am still single. What? Why?
Well, gotta try harder. Did you get a chicken dinner?
No.
That's the reason why. Try harder. Try harder. No worries. I mean, like, there's plenty more fish in the ocean, they say. So that's one big fish that you're aiming after. And here we got another one. Dad coming with an SLR! Woo! That's some really sick tabs.
And coming from Deb. Okay, bro. Anyway.
Rex, though. He stole it.
He stole it. But Deb, I was about to talk about him. He has, if you guys watch the trash talk, but this was in VM anyways. Rex is trying to return the fire over to Sam Knight. Actually, Deb, he did this particular trash talk. He called out a few, I would say he called out countries like Singapore and Philippines easy. So
okay, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that at all.
Yeah, it's in one of the trash talk edition. If you guys search in PUBG Mobile Malaysia, that Facebook page, he did say about that. So actually, with his SLR, he's proving that yep, it is easy.
Yeah, only for now till they get one more back.
Yeah.
Like I did remember the clash back in Hot Tint as well.
Yeah,
and I guess that's the start of the feud. You know, like. And in fact, it was from scrims that it all began. And, well, I don't want to beat on dead horses anyways. Like, we've been talking about this drama that goes on. The community has been talking about it as well. But eventually, I think it will slowly subside. And we're going to have new ones coming up because I want to focus the guys at the top of the table. Like, we're talking about Sam Knight, who's not even at the top right now, and like KHI. Like, I want to focus on these big boys, right? Like, Homebois, they got those close calls to the chicken dinner. R2K with the double chicken dinner. Then we got Dingoz as well. Like, this season is one of the most diverse seasons that all the teams that you don't expect are just showing their best level gameplay. while the ones that we expect a whole lot from, I wouldn't want to say I'm disappointed, right? But I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
How long more do I want to wait?
Actually, you're right, Contra. I am waiting too. But it's okay. You know, everybody has a shiny chance to grab that throne. Probably this is the season where we see a diversity of a lot of potential players of these transfer windows are working out at least. That's at least, I would say, a job well done for managers and coaches who have been, you know, looking around for potential players to come in, and especially a whole lot of transfer windows had happened this particular season. I think I would say equally all the teams had transfer windows. But we are hearing tapping and tapping over rotations that is being made. Circle itself is centralized, and all of the teams is actually heavily concentrated near the area of Shelter, Farm, Milta. Again, over on the left-hand side, we are just seeing sprays by rotation, and this is the Clasico, El Clasico, I would say. Team Secret and Sam9, now Deb again, spraying away towards Matt Toy. It's already down, together with Fredo, and they are coming in closer just to finish off Team Secret, but knowing Team Secret, I don't think they will go down that easy.
Not at all, but Deb definitely showing his best prime form for today. That Molotov's gonna be able to burn right through Putra and the rest. You know what? Make it easy.
Yeah, I jinxed it. Oh my god.
Well, I guess it ain't too tough after all. Deb, today he's on a fury form that we have not seen him for quite a while. And I'm liking what I see. Sam9 started off with a 4-kill streak, and we're just going to be able to dock right by, but this ain't the place to challenge. He's getting tagged as well from the outskirts, where Farang will be able to find him by the corner of the tree. Where's the rest of ALMGHTY? Yeah, they shouldn't be anywhere around anyways.
Probably Virgil is doing a scouting. He's the only person in front. Probably that's not a good place to scout. But again, this is Erangel, and everybody is everywhere, especially in the circle. You see how heavily it was concentrated in the center. Not a good place to rotate, actually. It's a mix of high heels, extreme high heels, and extreme low flat ground. So it's really tricky to do rotation. If you were to choose over the hills, there's going to be a lot of teams using that same route. So probably he was trying to think out of the box, going for the lower ground, but did not expect to have Sam9 over.
Well, wherever there's a compound, wherever there's like walls, either A, you avoid it, or B, you crash with all four.
Yep.
But you saw the fate of Team Secret. Yikes. I mean, either ways, you just gotta try. Like, sometimes you cannot just expect that everyone's everywhere and you don't make a move at all. And we did see some numbers coming up on the kill feed, and it's gonna be Bamburu that will take out Damn Cutie. You know, Keith's got a thing going on. Like early on, we compare some stats, call him Pretty Boy and stuff like that. Pretty Boy, we'll just have to stare down the mirror instead of the screen right now.
We're calling on you, Keith. Let's go. But anyways, here is Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. They're just stalling time, probably. Already gotten comfortable with this compound. Yeah, perfectly nicely in the circle. Again, teams are, all of them are in the circle this time. They're happily here. Who will be the lucky one to get into the next circle? Because this circle, as of now, it's really in the center. I really can't tell exactly to where it is going to close into. But that, oh man, tough circle, man.
It's quite a repeat as well of yesterday's run, where we had this circle just by the corners of school, by the hills as well. So the teams are getting very accustomed to this. RSG being very proactive in this matchup. They've been able to score 2 points early on. Kame's going to be finding the turd. He hopes to get that tag on that smoke. It's pretty hard, especially when you're using a sniper, like as compared to, you know, M4, which you could just try with 40 bullets. And Kar98K, like, yeah, good luck with that.
And here we go, looking into Farang Lejund, choosing a place where they are comfortable, or in a way, they know how to use this element very well, which is the hillside. Lejund used to play over hills, then compounds. They are known to do that kind of battles as compared to compound battles. But we're just seeing Geek Fam going onto the lower part of the element of the place, I would say, the terrain itself. Homebois is guarding nearby a flat hill. Then again, this is just rotations being made over the third circle. Everybody, again, like what Contra said, this circle, they have been practicing. Every circle is hard, but when you have a circle with not much compound base, it's actually quite tricky when you want to do rotations.
Yeah, and I guess that teams will really want to play it safe by the edges. And therefore, GENEXUS, they want to gatekeep everybody else from moving in. But by doing so, they will need to cover every single angle. And Snappy, the moment that he looked away, he got tagged.
Yeah.
So not really the worst of news. He does have a little bit of resources with him, while Miracle's getting peppered all the way from downtown. I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to reply back to MAB Esports. They do have Damruth helping out Miracle, and it's interesting to see how Geek Fam, they've been able to switch players after players throughout the entirety of the week. Miracle, this has been like, what, his third season altogether with Geek Fam. I'm still hoping to see more out of him.
MAB though, they got that beautiful knockout actually. If I were them, I would push, you know, because
it's pretty far though.
It is the third circle. We can take over that particular place and come back.
But it's also Farang Legend, so I don't really think it's the best choice. When they do have the circle, they can still wait it out.
Yeah, but they need the points, Contra.
Everybody needs the points though. But
they had 2 knockouts.
It's too risky.
I would do that, man. It's legit. I would do that.
We're not pro players, my friend.
But anyways, they tried. They got. That's the thing about MAB. They managed to get knockouts after knockouts, but not a secure. Not to secure the points. In fact, just now, Moki already knocked Rappo Boy, which is just in front of him, and then he knocked 2 Geek Fam players, in fact, and they are still in the same compound. So it's kind of calling out to all these other teams who's nearby to come to where they are. And you know that being in a building and then you get crashed, especially we did see how the beautiful work of Yoodo Yoodo Alliance for Rivals when they do the crash. It can be done.
Yeah, but now with so many teams, it's going to be harder to do, and same goes to Portara. This is what happens when you rush to Geek Fam. And Sam9 kind of proved my point correct, but Geek Fam, as much as they're in a really tough spot, at least bringing some points back to their own favor. Mappar's losing a tire. He skids off to the direction of MAB. Freebies coming in for Adik. Look, while QB comes in to also attack them off. SMG, they want to stay, well, with their toes on their ground, so they don't really want to climb up those hills. They will take what they can get by attacking onto GENEXUS.
That place is pretty much tricky, I would say, for Geek Fam and also GENEXUS. Eyes is on you. Lejund is guarding on the sides. But let's look into R2K, who just met up with Clutch Guerilla. And what is the Guerillas going to do? Having that vantage point, they can take advantage of things, but this is R2K we are talking about, who is about to try and return this Firestorm, at least for Keith's prediction. Let's hope that they get this team in the bag, the elimination points at least, but I think Guerilla is about to move off.
Yeah, priming another one onto Clutch. R2K, they're also blinded by their own smokes by doing so. While they do have the low ground to push from all corners, it's still very disadvantageous. The moment that they pop their heads up, Jimmy could basically turn the tides around, but he's only running to save his own life before anything else. There's also Team Hawk on the other corner. Teams, they have to reposition. The circle's just going to be zooming all the way up back towards the northern end, and therefore, Clutch, they don't want to overcommit. The moment they do, they're going to be stuck here on this three-way warfare.
Stuck in the potato hills, but Ooh, look at them from the back. Team Hug again being a bit aggressive today, but even though they are playing from the tails, but good tacticality at least. Already have sprays, but not getting anything executed. At least getting a little bit of the damage. Immediately they change and rotate into a different place for them to get into another fight probably.
Yeah, and Homebois probably will be able to take over control of this entire sector. Now they're driving towards the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam, they do have a 2-2 setup. Well, make it a 2-1 setup, since they did lose a member off early on. Snipes have already gone down, but it's going to be QB here that's going to be able to pull one back for the team. And Team Hawk, they're going to be having one member less to play with. While R2K, they're fighting even more, and Clutch Guerilla, they stayed far too long. They should have moved off when they have the chance.
But knowing Clutch Guerilla, I don't think they want to do that. They want to stand a point. They want to prove a point to Malaysia that they deserve to be in this first season of PMPL. And now looking into Arif, the RGL, just getting information from the back. That's a very, not the back, but the side. That's a good point to flank at least, even though he only have 2 men left. Using the best abilities of his players, Funky has already made into the charts for the most damage. Shinzi is going to get that revival. A very good skill set there by an RGL called Adib. He immediately calls back them.
Whoa, here comes NSEA versus Yoodo Alliance. They're dropping it hot, but they're coming too close for comfort. While Yoodo Alliance make it all quick. NSEA loses some members, but this battle between Clutch Guerilla, they're still not settling the scores just yet. RSG, they're segregated into 2 parts, one on the lower side of the hill, 2 more up towards the back, and I'm interested to see Small Boy take on his ex-teammate Iron Pro later on, while Damer's gonna be able to take down Mile. More and more stuff happening over their feed, while Appy, hey, even Voki wants to play around with RSG, so it's an ex-RSG reunion that's coming in the way.
Oh, Kim, bro, that was a start, but not good enough. Leaving Apple, the last person behind, is he able to get that, but no too much damage outside the zone, and he goes back to the lobby.
My, it's a really rough run in, and they try to just squeeze in by the quarter of the circle, but RSG have kept them well at bay. It's all thanks to Kim. You saw what he did with the M249. He brought 2 members down, and if he did have enough health, he would have also landed the final blow onto the last member of Yoodo Alliance. Now, going into 14 teams remaining by the corners of school, a lot of them are currently located at the hill. And it's a surprise to me that Geek Fam is holding on too long. And Heikel is going to be able to bring down Farang Helton. And remember this, the last time that they went here, THQ, they made it to the top 2. Now the grenades are flying in from Farang, so their chances here to make it to the top 2 is dimming down.
Aye, but this is a beautiful possible grenade that's going to fly from Olian and bring in but accidentally brought in Ade also at the same time, so they have to have the time to go and revive Ade. But that was a good play from our Legend, but here we go, MAB taking down GENEXUS, and 1 left, ooh, but that was a clutch by Clemency and also MAB.
MAB securing 4 pointers thus far inside of Arangel, but there is more to go. They're still on the foothill, and Geek Fam is already peppering them down. I'm just going to be keeping an eyes watch on this team who have done so much throughout 21 minutes of play. Homebois, I like what they've been doing. They haven't really went out for the hunt, though they had that position up the hill. They could have actually ripped in more rewards, but why try when the circle's on top of your head? Now they finally have to make slight movements into the next zone, and they can start finding those numbers.
But now we can see how the circle is, and it's true, like what Contra said, they have to play by the perimeters, because this is not only just a no man's land, it is a slope going down. So anybody in the middle of the slope, you're going to get spotted by the people who has the vantage point, like probably Clutch Guerilla and also Homebois, who is just waiting up for teams to come in. But looking into KHI, just trying to eliminate whatever they can from the bottom. They are one of the last few teams that's about to make into the circle, so they have to do a flashing real quick if it is possible, because right now I think Ranked already kind of smell SMG Jenny that is at the bottom.
Well, Jenny's got to run Indo, so that's going to give them a little bit more of an easy picking. I think that Nate's going to be able to land perfectly on top. KHI, they will be blown to bits, while NC will be able to find Rankin from the back. So, without being exposed, Demigod tries to trade right back. He will pull up the M4, but that grenade, though, he's cooking it far too long. It might just be overcooked. That grenade's going to be lobbed right in. Demigod holds them all back, but KHI still goes down. Flags will be taken out by the blue zone, but it doesn't matter. There's still Frankie in the match. They could just wait for the moment. NC has to circle.
NC with good deployment of the players coming up and down, but Izane, whoa, really showing off the skills for R2K. Izane still working at it. One by one goes down like a domino. He's running for it. He's trying to do a finishing. What? At the same time doing a reflect, brah. IQ 1000.
Well, I think that he's already sniffed that one out much early on, so it's just Izane quickly utilizing every resource that he has, Geek fam. After holding on for so long, they will walk away with 5 points for themselves, while 7 teams will battle it all out. Izane, he's left out alone now. Homebois wants a little bit of revenge. It's like, yeah, I don't care how much damage you can do. If you're gonna be alone, I'm gonna take you along with me. Now, Izane, somehow he has managed to wipe out the 2 boys of HB that pushes right in, but Tab has got that sorted out finally, but they have 2 casualties that shouldn't be on the ground.
But right now we can see a whole lot of in-game instincts about these players. Here we go. Tam is getting spotted by Smallboy. It's actually giving all those grenades over to Homebois. RSG just, no, Izane wanted to kill the steal but did not manage to get it. But Tam getting spotted also. Again, this is game instincts after game instincts.
Well, there's going to be a lot of attention from the other corner to kill. Everyone's got a little bit of clear vision. Shinzi's going to be able to land that shot of the AKM straight to the head. And MAB is the next team to bow out. That leaves 5-4 team. We got singular units coming from Homebois, NC, RSG, as well as Farang, Lejund. Well, Clutch Guerilla, they stand a solid chance. Adibs, definitely the shining star on this one. He's got 4 points by his own effort. Of course, there's a little bit of a helping hand from the rest of his teammates as well. So this is going to be a little bit more of a slow game until Clutch wants to make things drastic.
But I feel like it's kind of nice that looking into the circle, a possibility. But Frankie spotted. Homebois getting eliminated. Now, this is the game maker. The kingmakers, I would say, is actually Clutch Guerilla and Farang Lejund. Now, seeking and seeking. Smallboy, showing off. But no,
wait, he got it!
Oh, you know what, Contra? We are about to see. This is the Civil War. Brothers in hand. Before this, Clutch Guerilla is Farang Guerilla, but they won with the first chicken dinner of Clutch Guerilla. Bringing it home. Civil War.
And here we have it, first ever for Clutch Guerilla getting their winner chicken dinner.
It takes a single moment in time for teams to earn that chicken dinner, and that's exactly what happened with Clutch Guerilla. Congratulations on that winner chicken dinner, and you would not have ever believed it, but really, they won the game earlier than expected. I'll tell you more about that one in just about a bit, but first, this is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. You're joining me as your host / analyst for today. It's Keith. Go follow me on my socials. Go follow PUBG Mobile on their socials. Okay, it's on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Heads up to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for making this all happen. And man, that match was, like some of the casters did say, civil war, to say the least. Brothers in arms suddenly turning enemies. But, well, something to appease them from this war here is some good stuff for you to get onto the screen, right? Codes for you to type in and key in over at www.pubgmobile.com/redeem to get yourself some leafy green outfit, leafy green bodywear with a corn on a cob top. Because why not? Harvest is happening in just about a bit. In case you didn't know or not informed, well, Harvest usually happens earlier towards the year. And I'm thinking around April or May. I can't quite remember myself. But me being born in from the land of TABAH, we celebrate Harvest. So hey, that explains the Harvest suit, the corn in the cob suit. Go get it yourself. And so, talking about more good things though, the recent update here in PUBG Mobile version 1.9 brings you the vibrant anniversary. And like the name itself, everything that's coming out from this is vibrantly colorful, with the colorful spawn island, a colorful bicycle. I'm pretty sure aerial battlefield is going to be some sort of colorful place, or at least it's placed on a colorful place. And a very dull new camp, so I don't know where I was headed with that. But go check it out anyway. Classic mode improvements as well with the new bridge, recall mechanics, and other basic improvements. And the more of the highlight of the evening, of course, I'm talking about this new Royal Pass that PUBG Mobile is having in collaboration with Warframe. It is available in the game since the 22nd of March. So if you haven't heard of it, really, have you been living under the rock? Or in Malay, we call it udang di sebalik batu. I don't know. That's why I'm in English, man. Don't make me try and quote things I don't really know of. Loads of items to be unlocked as you progress through the battle pass here. Just obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events in PUBG Mobile, and more info shall be shared soon on their official platform. So if you're not already following, see, even English, I'm struggling, man. If you're not already following, that's the word, yeah, PUBG Mobile on their Insta or Facebook or even TikTok, because I do believe they are churning news out there now, then you should be, because like I said, the Royal Pass, more info will be shared regarding it, which means you don't know, but there could be something that's worth even bigger. And when it does come out, you want to make sure that you're there to get it and receive it, so you can flex to the audiences, flex to the fans, or flex to your friends and family, if I'm making any sense. So, time to make more sense as we take a look at all the info and stats here of the previous matchup in the match ranking. First, 8 eliminations for Clutch Guerilla on top of that chicken dinner, which brings them to a total points of 23. Not too shabby themselves. I believe it's their first chicken dinner. I'm not too sure about that one. We might have to recap, but I believe it is their first chicken dinner. So a good start towards a better momentum, at least towards the end of week number 1. You know, although they haven't been too hot lately, this is a breath of fresh air and possibly even a kickstarter towards moving in the right direction. And Adips is the man with the MVP right now. 1,028 damage, 5 eliminations achieved in this one game alone. 4.0 MVP points with the longest distance to eliminate someone over at 173 meters. And we all thought it was going to be a Sem9 Dep with his taps at the SLR. Oh, I mean, that he could still be it. This is just part of Adib's stats. Sorry, didn't mean to confuse you like that. But still, 37.3% of the team contribution goes his way. You all saw how they took their fights. Very, very solid. They are cooperating as a team. The chemistry is there, was the point. R2K now has 2 chicken dinners alongside with Dingoz, so closing up only by 10 points different from second to first place. Meanwhile, NSEA now at 129, Homebois at 128, Geek Fam now at 121, Axis redONE at 117, Bosskur at 115, and EVOS and the rest have been stagnant, but Clutch Guerillas, they were somewhere in the middle in the second draft, and now they went up to 1 slot away, being 1 slot away from breaking it onto the first draft. And this day has only just begun. Only 2 games have passed, 3 more to be played. If Clutch Guerilla could maintain the streak that they are on, although there wasn't any streak, but if they can maintain the performance they're currently on, or the path that they're walking down right now, they might just very well score a comfortable lead for tomorrow's matchup and actually propel themselves in the top 5 position, potentially. All this is obviously potentially speaking, hypothetically speaking. This is Battle Royale. So many things that you cannot control here, including the luck of the circle. And talking about having the very extremely bad luck, Team SMG seems to fall flat. And ALMGHTY, they seem to be closer towards the top earlier on, but now in just 1 game, sunken ship. So, like I said, disparity is not that big of a difference. Anyone can just close in anytime they feel like it, or at least when they get the chance to, they are going to close in really hot, and you cannot afford to let one slip by. 1 bad game is all it takes to lose it all, and 1 good game is all it takes sometimes to move up the ranks. So be sure to keep out on that one. Hopefully all these teams keep their morale high, especially PH, since they are the only one who hasn't gotten that chicken dinner. Talking about which, let me show you how Clutch Guerilla actually won this entire match. So the drop spot happens to be in Pachinki. Lucky to them, they did get the 5% chance of a circle luck going their way. They moved on to this hillside here, which is a high ground, which is a key factor in their victory. If you notice, circle is on them the entire time ever since they made that push. Everyone notices the high ground that they currently reside. Geek Fam coming in from Georgia Paul went past by it. They recognized that that is the high ground you want to play in. They tried to make a rotation through, but then get shot in the process, and so they ended up down in the foot side of the hill. R2K, the same thing. And that's why when I mentioned it came down to a single moment, when Clutch Guerilla survived the push from R2K from the back end during the closing of that circle, they maintained their spot in the high hills, which then everyone else playing by the foot side, which gives them free reign. It's like how Axis got their chicken dinner in the previous games yesterday. Look at that. This was when the circle started closing in. Again, still on this high ground. It was a slope from their end all the way down to the north side, and R2K recognizes this. They wanted the high ground as well. They pushed onto Clutch Guerilla, but it didn't go either way because Team Hawk was in the area to actually disturb them, which actually they traded evenly for the most part. R2K losing 3, Clutch Guerilla losing 3, and then they reset it because R2K didn't want to push the issue. So R2K actually had 4 members up. Clutch Guerilla had all 3 members of them revive and maintain their spot on top. Meanwhile, it was R2K now down in the foothill who had to fight the rest, and it was a harder battle to fight here. Look at that. Even Geek Fam, although it seemed like a weird thing to do to camp by this slope, an awkward position, but we really know that their objective was to get onto the high ground. Unfortunately, it was already occupied and they didn't want to push the issue, so they camped down here, which, let's be honest, was making the best thing out of a bad situation. They got potentially a lot of kills from the rotations of the other teams just being at this slope, although an awkward position being in an open as well. Look at that. So this, although you can't see right here, it's an elevated plane. Clutch Guerilla on top, everyone else down on a hill. R2K failed to push into Clutch's space, and now he's playing on the lower end of the hill. If I were to cut these circle into, I'll say, 3 sections, Clutch is at level 3, meanwhile Farang and R2K was like at level 2, and then level 1 is just flatlands here, and it goes down deeper over at RSG side. So yeah, that was when they honestly, they just won the position of the map here. There was no way. It looked like an even field just looking at it from the top side because it doesn't factor in the elevation. But we all know from the games that we've watched here that Clutch really just had to shoot downwards, and it was Homebois who took out all these other team that was crawling in within the right side. So Clutch, Guerilla, because of that one instance, that one moment of, well, resilience, I would word it as, not allowing R2K, an aggressive team, from pushing them out of their high ground, they effectively just won the game with a little bit of luck of the circle. So that was it from their side. Are you excited for more games to be played here? Take a look at the eliminations and damage coming out from that previous match alone. Clutch Guerilla dealing 2,154 damage, 8 kills, although not the most remarkable, but still pretty hefty. Remember, average is about 11 kills, so they're about shying away from the average 11 kills chicken dinner, but still, points is a points regardless how you look at it. 5 for Geek fam, 1,452 damage, and the rest, I think only Sam9 stepped up, as well as MAB in this game, with 7 kills each, coming in, well, really close than what the winner has pulled in for themselves. Take a look at the most damage dished out. Of course, Adibs, this man was the last guy standing who actually revived the rest of the teammates as well. So he kept Clutch Guerilla alive and well, and eventually translated down onto that chicken dinner. MAB dishing out 793. As I said, they did step up big time this time around with 7 kills of their own, alongside with Sam9, which we didn't see much of. However, they have been doing damage in the back end, and it is Zane from R2K, 655, because of the failed push, came out short in the awkward situation. Now, Game 3 is upon us. It's going to take place on Miramar, the sandy desert dunes, where you start hallucinating with the lack of water happens. And, well, let's just hope that Circle, recognizing the situation, pulls you all the way up to the Oasis. Like the caster said yesterday, I know, we like to see people have a hard time. Struggling is fun. These are the groups that are playing for this map. Group E will be bowing out. Yoodo, Alliance 4 rival, Team Hawk, TABAH NC, and KHI Esports will not get to play here. So unfortunately, for the Filipino fans here, this might not be the map for their chicken dinner because they're not even playing, right? You cannot lose a chicken dinner if you're not playing, as the logic goes. So doesn't matter. Although we're going to have another Miramar map right after this one as well. So maybe then KHI can finally secure one for the Filipino crowd. And yeah, it's exciting to look at. ALMGHTY maybe might get a chicken dinner as well. Another one for Singapore. That'll be great. But here's my talent prediction for this next chicken dinner. It's going to be Axis redONE. But, you know, don't think too much into it. Don't dig into it. You know I've been wrong 100% of the way since yesterday. So don't ever dig into it. Yeah, I just think they have the chance. Much like the other teams that I predicted before this, they have a chance. But it's not saying much because everyone who plays the game has a chance. Except for Group E this time around because they're sitting out for this first ever mirror map. So without further ado, the first Miramar of the day, casters, please take me through this battle royale.
And we shall do that from here on. It's Contra here with Sis Jenny, and you're tuning into the PMPL MYSGPH Spring Split 2022. And of course, it's been exhilarating thus far. We've got Clutch Guerilla with their first chicken dinner. After a long wait, of course, they've been working pretty hard and they finally reaped the rewards. And you could also reward yourself with the GT2 Pro from Realme, as they are our official smartphone partners. It's greater than you see, and of course, they are the trendsetters, tech trendsetters that will be partnering with PUBG Mobile for the entire season to support the young talents in esports with best-in-class products.
But again, with the phone, you need a line. So why not switch to Yoodo? And you can get free 5 GB with high-speed data. And if you are a PUBG Mobile player, this is a good news for you because they have 20 GB free of PUBG Mobile data. So just scan the QR code to get more information, guys.
That's right, and you could just have that SIM card delivered to your doorstep. You don't have to think any further. everything's all for you to grab, just like how the teams are out there seeking for that chicken dinner, which is much harder than scanning the QR code, by the way. So you guys definitely had it easier. Just go ahead and just do that. Now, preparing ourselves for the upcoming flight. Now, Group C will return to fend off against the rest of them, and we got a little bit of time to, have a little chitter chatter. So after that chicken dinner of Clutch Guerilla, I want to talk about the other teams that have impressed you for today.
I would say it's still the determination of R2K. Like I would support what Keith kind of said earlier. Yeah, they had a whole lot of determination, and we can see that burning desire of them wanting to be champions, because every map you can see that they are trying to take fights that is quite impossible, like coming from the back in Sandhawk. Like, who does that? It's so risky because of the blue, and then you have to take, I don't know how many teams that is in front of them, and then we did see just now over in Erangel also they
did the same thing.
They tried the same thing. It's quite vulnerable.
Yeah, and I hope that this does not repeat itself, because it's about to get hotter from here on. Match 3, we're heading into Miramar, so we're going to have Mr. Unknown here hopping off of that plane into the desert dunes. So with that being said, we're going to be taking a look at this flight path. My oh my, this is located at the far eastern side, and it's very skewed towards the southeast. So does it tell you the circle is going to be down there in the south again? Like the time that me and Sir Cloud casted, almost every single circle went down towards the south, and yesterday we did see one in Los Leones.
Yeah.
Is it going to be a repeat?
Come on. Come on, we want to see a center circle this time. Enough of the south circles from Miramar. But then again, season after seasons, we did see quite an equal circle coming towards the east, coming towards the south. No, not south. Not south. This is the season that we are seeing a whole lot of south.
And I think that one of the common circles that we had in the past season was around the western end, across Monte Vivo, where you have Power Grid, Alpozo, La Riela to be a part of that initial few phases. And I really like that sort of fight, because you have a little bit of well-balanced terrain to work with. Yes, there's elevation. Yes, there's a little bit of a compound for you to hide. You can also take those high heels. So I think it's very fair. Like, that area will definitely test the best of players in any particular matchup. So with that being said, I guess my prediction is true. We're going back into the southeast. So good news for Homebois, though. This entire season, they're going to be sticking around there for a long time. They don't really have to strain their muscles. They could just stay indoors if they want to. And while you stay indoors, scan this QR code for free. 20 gigs of data for PUBG Mobile and 5 for anything else at high speed when you switch to Yoodo.
Yeah, definitely. Also, guys, I think we should start a theme song, Contra. Let's start a theme song of Miramar in the south.
A theme song?
Like a song.
What kind of title do you have for this song before we begin?
South Boys.
South Boys?
I don't know. It just came out. But yeah, it's just the south.
We are the southeastern homeboys.
Homeboys.
Hanging out over Impala.
And the circle decides to close in the south.
We're getting there. We're getting it. Okay. I think some of them out there in the chat will start to turn on the mute button. Don't really enjoy my voice. But, of course, leave cisgenning out of this. At least we're trying. Okay. Now, while we do have time, we're not expecting any battles inside of Miramar for at least a good 3 minutes, all right? Unless. So, let's go to Farang Legends for a bit. So, we see them having one of the poorest of start as compared to all the other seasons that they've been playing. And before we get to that, I like this chart that we do have here. So we got the elimination proportions comparing how many contribution each player does. And you can see the bulk of it for R2K is from Izane. We got Riki here with close to 30%, Frankie doing 33. Wow, that's actually huge.
Yeah, Frankie, he is the fragger for NC. He's usually the front guy, the Frankie and Flex, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, everybody in NC is a fragger, but you know how brave they are. You know, you can be a fragger, but if you're not brave enough to take fights, then it also kind of question on your position, because if you're a fragger, you have to be bold, you have to be brave. Just like what Trix is doing, he is a fragger of Homebois, just spraying away Rex. Rex is also the fragger of RSG. I'm not sure, is he still the fragger or is he a support?
I believe he still is, as he has been this way since he entered Team Secret in the past. Well, Trix, you know, he's one of the oldest player in terms of professional play days in PUBG Mobile Pro League. So started back in the days before TABAH. They were also known as Junior Talent. And they have traveled across far and wide. I'm not going to jump into the Pokemon song because we got a little bit of action going on. Kiddo, the attention of Rex. And you can see how quick these fingers are. And pulling on the trigger, he did land a little bit more tap underneath. Rex burned a lot of bullets through, and you know, I've learned this while I was managing like RSG back in the days, right? Like, how many bullets does a typical fragger would carry? Could you take a guess?
180.
180.
Am I right?
Small boy carries 350.
Oh, shoosh. Crazy.
350. So that you have bullets to expend for days. And who gets to carry all the meds? Y2K back then. And I guess now he feels that, you know, there's not too much weightage on his back because he's currently coaching for Team Secret instead. Well, not exactly coaching, but analyzing some of these matchups. So, of course, a lot have changed since then. And same goes to teams that have been here for a long time. Like, even for a player like Insomnus, moving from team to team, and now, interestingly, in 2 seasons that he's been staying with EVOS VIP, on this season itself, he's become the captain, and he has this ability that he could relay information quickly to the team, and I think like that's a really huge skill set for any pro teams out there, because information gathering is key in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, man, with all that data, and plus Insomnus was previously from Team Wheels, right? Contra?
Yeah, Team TNR, Team Wills.
Interesting, because
many variations of that.
yeah. That explains his aggressiveness. I mean, I remember how he performed in season 4. He's still performing this time, but here we go. Who else is performing? Clash Guerilla, still having that fire, the heat after getting that chicken dinner. I think they're just going to try and get that momentum still on, and that's the reason why we are hearing sprays. Quite a close contact. I think Adips is probably trying to do a push, but gathering the information first.
I'm not too sure if you could push all the way uphill against Baby Kim, though. This nade is front pretty nicely. And that actually flushes Adips outdoors, and he's going to be knocked down, and that's where Shinzi has just arrived at the scene. He can't go in for the revive, but there needs to be more support coming in for the rest of Clutch Guerilla. So the top fragger of the past round, fortunately, will have to say goodbye to the rest of the teammates, and he's forsaken already.
Yeah, probably Adips is going to try and sacrifice himself just to get the information for his team. Even if he has to be the first person to go down, he will get that vital information, and probably Clash Guerilla or any other team would do a proper flank and at least reposition themselves to take back the fight with Dingoz.
It just feels really bad when you're the player out there getting knocked.
Yep.
And you wait for help. Help almost arrived. And they bailed out.
Yeah.
You know, like, that happened. I guess it's a move which requires high level of commitment. Like, if you really want to go for a safe, go all the way. And the rest of Clutch Guerilla, I'm kind of surprised that the other two stayed back. I guess they didn't really know the rest of the whereabouts of Dingoz Esports, and hence why they didn't push. But it was actually just one player.
It was two players, if I'm not mistaken, contra from different angles. It was Kim and the Ate, which I didn't really know exactly where Ate shot from, but should be around, lingering around the areas because they had a vantage point, they had a compound. So, like I said, they probably wanted to flank, but no information. But what we can give you information is that Miramar and waters. So we are seeing at least 20% of the water. We're gonna see like waddling ducks and dogs in
you
the
know
waters.
there was a song that me and Keith used to sing?
Which?
Last season.
What song?
I'm an island boy.
Oh, I remember that cringy song, guys.
Yeah.
Come on. No.
I hope it's gone for good. I mean, even Snoop Dogg disapproves of it. Chris Tucker? Which Chris was that again? Was it when he was in that same video? But anyways, let's let that meme of a song die out. It's 2022. We started fresh. And we got snipes with a smoky vehicle.
Why? What happened? Ooh!
Oh! And that happened.
A different scene, totally. R2K versus ALMGHTY. Again, these two also have, I wouldn't say personal issues, but they have their own form of revenge. Echo will try to come in clean and taking out Virgil. Now, ALMGHTY with 2 men down. Ares is left. Oh, suddenly changing a lot.
Yeah, like I'm getting a little bit confused here, but regardless, Echo's going to be securing that point because he's already burned out the rest of these Almighty members. Now they're going to be getting another knock onto Jerome as well. Harm doing some good work with those grenades. He's going to be able to find Nasty as well, leaving only one left for the Almighty. So with that said, he could only hide for the temporary measure, but instead he does have a buggy to work with. And Harm's gonna be able to try to deck the shots, but that spray has too much of a recoil. But look at what he's got. 2 crates, he's gonna be happy.
2 crates for R2K taking down ALMGHTY, who was trying to rotate in. Let's look into GENEXUS, who has already targeted a few teams around. Initially it was Dingoz, now it's Geek fam, who just finally settled down. I would say QB is doing a bit of scouting here, calling out his teammate if it's safe. Definitely this place is not a place to stay. Try and go to probably a vantage point like what Geek fam likes to do, but getting a knock from another angle. Loom with that long shot with a Scarel.
I feel bad for QB right there. Same goes to Miracle, who was trying to climb up the Impala hill. And Bosskur has gotten first dips first. And after that, they were caught by surprise. While QB was just hoping to make it out, it's all thanks to the other members of GENEXUS that have been able to see from this far distance. And speaking of far distance, look at where Ares is going. He's going out of the blue zone.
Yeah, probably trying to get healing things or gonna get himself a new buggy. I'm sure damage has been done, but sprays here from Haynoop. It's been a long while since we see him coming into the observer screen. Yeah, Haynoop, do your magic, show us your magic. X is red 1, but they are the one who is getting contested this time. 1 knockout first, all the way from a team called Homebois, and this is their hometown.
Yeah, and to my surprise, you take a look at the entire new circle. There is like only EVOS VIP up in the middle, while you have mentioned that Sem9 was getting an engagement over the top right corner of the map. And they're also having Manparang to last out by the blue zone. It's phase 2, very doable, but Haynoop depletes outside of the play zone. And Bravo, he's only got that buggy to work with, so in order to make it safely, they have to either go back from where they came from or just fully commit, hit over the coastal lines by the shore to make it in safely. MAB, they know that this is not going to be the fight to take against M9, so they will move off. Jumper, eyeing on his ex-teammates, and this isn't going to be an easy catch. So far, since he's joined Axis Red 1, yeah, they do have a few good points here and there, but I think that they still got a lot to be done here. They have 117 thus far. Not too shabby, still in the first page, but we've expected more perhaps.
Yeah, they have been stagnant for quite a while for Axis. They were performing in the first few days, I would say the first and the third. It's first and second day, but after the third day, they kind of took a break. In fact, second day, like maybe the third map, they took a break and then they have been stagnant over in that position. So probably this is the time where they can show themselves. But what we can see right now is Farang Lejund doing the rotation over.
So I want to talk a little bit more on leadership, because to switch leaders in the season is a very, very risky move. Like, Voki has left the team to go for Yoodo Alliance. Very sensible move, right?
Yeah.
Like, you've already got everything else all sorted out there. And I think that Voki was the key puzzle piece for Axis Red 1 to take charge and basically have a lot more freedom of how they play the game. Whereas after Jumper came in, it feels like the team really have to adapt once again.
Yep, definitely. But I don't know. Something tells me there is a miracle in Jumper. I mean, everywhere he goes, there is definitely an improvement.
Level of success, right?
Yeah, definitely. But Voki for now, I'm not sure. I've not seen it yet over in Yoodo Alliance. We're waiting for that. It's Kido again with the SLR trying to hit onto Jenny. Jenny have found a very beautiful curve to hide on first, but definitely target is on Jenny.
Yeah, not only that, I'm just really intrigued by how well EVOS VIP secures this entire area without needing to commit to any single fights at all. And by now, with the circle shift, they will expect a lot of visitors coming in from the southern end. But Impala, everybody inside of the town, they got to evacuate. There's no earthquake. Maybe it's sandstorms on the way.
Sandstorms indeed, but Circle seems to be in the favor of Farang Lejund that has a good sweet pinnacle spot over on the hillside of the current Circle. That's the only hilly area that is currently occupied by Farang Lejund. All they got to do is open up. But let's look into Bosskur. This was their hometown, but now they have to, you know, come out of new ideas than taking on the bottom side of the south. They have been performing very well when it comes to the lower part of Miramar.
Indeed, and now a little bit of fight breaks loose between Axis as well as Sem9. Yet again, these three teams, they're kind of stuck on the same situation for the longest of time, and here is where they want to settle the score. Iron Pro gets knocked by the member of Farang. Helton secures the point, while Maki's been able to pin one more down. Helton goes down as well. 1-for-1 trade. Homebois fights back, while Sem9, they will continue on another rotation. 180, 360, whichever you want to mention. They're going to be getting the heck out of here, while Homebois, they get wiped out eventually.
Aye. This is trouble. There's going to be a whole lot of parties going into enter to that particular region where Farang Lejund was, and I'm believing there's going to be a skirmish in the nick of time, definitely. But here we go. Let's shift the gears towards Sem9. What are they going to do? R2K just anticipated the fights, and that's nearly Bravo with that beautiful M24, but not hitting it right. I think they're going to try and do a push. Putra is ready to take up the fight. R2K is about to move off. This is a good time to push. Is he going to spray? He gets... Oh, no, not enough information for him to push.
Sem9, they got the rest of R2K cornered up. Doesn't matter if they have the smokes. It's about to subside. Ziggs tries to lob one grenade. Molotov barely connecting. While Sem9, they try to go in for another full flush. That grenade will be lobbed perfectly. Two members down from the side of R2K, leaving one standing. But he's going to be trying to go in for a resurrection while there's not much time left. Harm now all alone. What could he possibly do? He does bring one back. Through the smoke he goes. And Farang is the next team to fall. They do have 5 elimination points, but hey, they're still going to be around. My bad on that call. While Harm has lobbed another grenade. Looking for Bravo. Putra still waiting for help. Deb's going to be able to recover from this. So Harm, he gets tagged instead. It's going to be Deb that does the trick.
Ay, ay, ay. This is what we call trouble, trouble, trouble. But here, Team Secret, the OG boys meeting up with the new bloods of Dingoz. Now, let's see if it is going to be true. Oh, eliminated for Farang Lejund. But again, we are going to change gears, guys. This is going to be RSG versus Sam9 this time.
Fight after another, and this time around, Sam9's engines are roaring while there is another one that will come in from EVOS VIP. He did not enter their territory while they do have two members being knocked here close by the zone. Well, another fight will happen once again. RSG wants to further commit towards Sam9. Circle will be brought onto Team Secret. Team Secret hasn't received points in the past round, but this time around, they will make it happen. Samzy already gotten taken out by the play zone. Same goes to a member of RSG. Homebois is also down, so there's only one left for RSG.
Up, but just as soon as we speak, but wow, Rex, what a way to show the clutch, but not enough, because Secret from a distance will try and shoot anybody who decides to come in to invade their current grounds. This is the time. Another spray is coming in from MYSGPH towards Aboy, but just enough time for him to just reflect the shots. But you know what, MYSGPH is going to go old school.
Yeah, he's definitely working his magic on the DMR. Here comes the push coming from Island. He will get brought down to his knees as well. 6 more teams left. SMG's best run for today, but it's a 7th place finish. Not enough points gathered thus far. 6 more teams still remaining, but we're currently looking at Team Secret having the highest chance for that chicken dinner.
Definitely that, but MYSGPH, being the person who can see it the furthest, is already down, getting knocked into the eyes of Homebois from the lower part of the current terrain. Razor now in the eyes of Naoki will do a spray and manage to get that down with a help and assisted of Psycho. That is definitely a good information, passing through from the IGL towards his teammates and moving in fast execution after execution for Team Bosskur. Now moving in closer towards where Dingoz is. Now they are going to get backstabbed.
That's right. Here comes the top 5. Unfortunately for EVOS VIP, not only was Bosskur eyeing down onto them, Dingoz heard that shot immediately. They flick towards the right and they spot them out after had a little bit of a car accident. But a fight breaks loose. Team Secret is already close by, and that nade will connect. Team Secret, they got things going for them. Psycho's going to be soaking all the damage. He will be dropped as well. Dropped out coming in from the side of Ricky, and he will be able to secure one more. Next team here to have a dominating run will be Dingoz Esports. Kid initially lobbed that nade towards Calamity. Now he's going to be looking for Maki as well. Maki is all alone. While this is an easy pointer now, secured by the rest of Team Secret, while Ricky goes in for the spray transfer onto Boy on the other corner. He's pretty low. That buggy's about to blow up in a matter of moments, but Ricky doesn't seem like he has enough clips to detonate it.
But Dingoz.
It still blew up?
Oh, yep, they did. Probably being spotted by the teams that have the vantage point as of now, and the circle goes
nobody
back
shot
to
that car, though.
Team Secret. Yep, that's probably the car has already been
Did he shoot it himself and blow himself up is the question, because yeah, it's brittle. Like, that's a little bit of a wasted opportunity to secure at least, you know, a little bit more positioning points, if you ask me. Well, it's still going to be a tough hurdle for them if they were to battle out against the other teams that have 3 members still alive. And maybe, sure, they were hiding in the back of Team Secret. And after all, now it's just a little bit of a calm, steady pace for them as they prepare for the ongoing battle. But it's Team Secret that dominates the entire sector of the circle.
Team Secret got the circle as mentioned earlier, but there is third party that is about to happen. Clash Guerilla has eyes and formation on Team Secret. They are covering different angles. If you can see in the mini map, 3 of the different members of Team Secret is actually looking around. They already kind of locked the targets, or at least getting information. There are players lurking around still. They got a guard on all angles with that beautiful premium spot, I would say. Sprays are happening here, and this is the trigger fire that I'm talking about for Team Secret. Fredo already knowing there's one person there, but Moki can't do anything, got eliminated by the play zone. Now leaving 3 teams behind. All of them have the advantage because of the player. They have 3v3v3.
But the biggest advantage would still be Secret here after a little bit of a drought that they had. We've been waiting for them to secure their chicken dinner, and I think that now's the best time for them. But despite that, we still have Clutch Guerilla. You know, last game, they've got that chicken dinner, and now they are in another prime position for another one. Dingoz Esports, I want to know what's their secret here that they've been getting the top 3 finishes time in, time out. And yes, there may not be any sort of gunfires for the moment. While everyone's just playing by the crease of the hills, it's all about the first tap that comes in from either direction, and then you will see this fight breaks loose from all 3 ways.
But I don't know. Anybody can be a king, can be the kingmaker as of now. But Jimmy OP will try to take the shot, but oh no, dear. Shinzi had to give away his position now. It's going to be a bit handicapped progress here for Clutch Guerilla from getting that back-to-back chicken dinner. The grenade is being cooked, and Jimmy, super low health. Just a little bit more, he gets the knock and will get the knock. Obviously, it's Kid in front. Now leaving one person behind, which is, I think it's Funky, and no chance at all. Yoodo will take advantage of things.
It's only going to be Dingoz left here to deal with Team Secret. At least they have known their location. They heard all the shots coming in from the far northwestern end. But the circle shifts towards the favor of Dingoz Esports. So it's all about how Secret have to take a little bit of a turn of events. There's also a restock here coming in for the last minute loot. So what's in the back? I do wonder. Ate, whatever he carries right there, whether it's going to be AWM or so, it's going to be able to be benefiting him. But I do like myself an AUG or even the Goza at this situation. iShot's now coking up a grenade. I hope that he does land this one onto Ate. He had an idea. And now Fredo's also charging in from the top of the hill, and he won't get the drop. And this is where Team Secret comes in with the advantage. But with that being said, they have a little bit of rotation coming in. Ricky tries to confuse them, running all the way to the back, pulling members, drawing attention. And Ricky, he's gonna cook up this grenade, finds one.
Oh no,
he's gonna switch it up.
That was if only he continued to cook, it would have been slow. It would have been a slower process for Team Secret to push. They would have taken 2 down instead. But now iShot's getting the advantage with the vantage point. Team Secret, this is your fans. They would be happy. Your chicken dinner.
Chicken dinner, long awaited for Team Secret, and they finally have it. And let's cheer them on.
Yeah, I know my ears are plugged with a lot of communications, but right now I can still hear the Malaysian fans cheering with glee as Team Secret yet again showing up when hopes are down and claim their winner chicken dinner. And my God, from what I saw in this match alone, I understand why Matoy makes and calls the shot here. He's a big brain guy. That dude's running on like 200 IQ or probably taking Adderall on a daily because you probably didn't see it. But the little things he did actually set Secret up into a favorable position to actually win a chicken dinner. But before I break that one down, check out the new Royal Pass being released here by PUBG Mobile. Okay, get the latest Royal Pass. It's a pass in collaboration with Warframe, the game itself, and it's available in the game since the 22nd of March. So yeah, you're kind of late. You're kind of late with the whole offering, but it's not over just yet. So better late than sorry, or better late than never. Go onto the game right now. You can get this pass in the application itself and obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events in this PUBG Mobile new offering. Okay, more info on this one will be shared soon on every social platforms that PUBG Mobile currently holds. So if you want to know more about this very interesting collaboration, then you're gonna have to make sure that on your social platforms, be it Facebook, Instagram, or even TikTok, do follow PUBG Mobile. They're gonna release the announcement soon, I believe, or at least they're just teasing me right now, and I want to find out myself. So a lot of good things coming in from that Royal Pass itself. Just go get it. I don't know what you're not missing out. I mean, you're missing out from not getting it. You're not doing anything productive during COVID anyway, right? So plus, if you're in the game, just go for it. That was the point. So a lot of things to cover here, but first, in case you already forgot, you are watching the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I know it is a mouthful. Get used to it. My name is Keith. I am your host for this evening. And what you saw right there was the actual Southeast Asia champion here. It's Team Secret stepping up onto games. Although you might argue that they had the circle on their end, it wasn't an easy one, and they could have very well lost that one themselves. However, by a few tricks and plays here that they decided to make, that technically won them their game. But here it is the match rankings itself. 9 eliminations for Team Secret. 15 ranking points brings them to a total of 24 points for this match. Coming in second, Dingoz. Again, very consistent. This team has gotten the first chicken dinner of the day and now going home with a second prize. So a second place finish. So I'm pretty sure by now R2K will be surpassed, since the difference in points was just 10 points apart, or less than 5 points apart. And now with the 18 points brought in by Dingoz, they are now confirmed most definitely at the #1 spot. And well, it's R2K in the back burner, having to crawl their way back up. What happened to the team that we saw yesterday? The first team with the back-to-back chicken dinners. It's not reflective of what they were, seeing as though they've only secured themselves 3 points, seeing as though that they are also a very aggressive team who's good with their firearm. So, well, I wouldn't call it over just yet. That was only game number 3. We have 2 more to play in the day, and Team Secret's MVP goes to the side of Fredo with 2 eliminations. Although it doesn't seem much, they all played equal role, as you can see, with the team contribution percentage close to 30-ish, which is the standard average between 4 players. 795 damage, 3.5 MVP points, and 69 meters longest elimination distance. Self-explanatory, seeing as though that the circle did close upon them. No need to shoot from afar. Just shoot your neighbors right next to you, which is Team Secret, who also had the compound. So I'm not trying to rob any credits away from them. I'm just saying they played a really good game, and they couldn't do so without the thing that Matoy just pulled off. But first, the weekly rankings overall so far. Dingoz taking up first place now with 166 total points, and R2K coming in 5 points difference still. Except this time they're on the bottom half of the 5 points and not the top side. Bosskur also went up the ranks here, now at 3rd place, doing pretty well this season in terms of consistency. TABAH NC has to bow out to make way for Team Bosskur, now in 4th. Meanwhile, Team Secret, despite their most generous effort, all they did was take over the 11th spot, which previously was held by Clutch Guerilla. So Clutch Guerilla take 1 level downwards, meanwhile Team Secret move up by 1 level up. And, well, still down in the second draft, but again, wouldn't call it quits till it's actually over. We still have 2 more matches to be played and a whole day tomorrow for the final competitive day within the week to then determine the overall. So wouldn't feel too bad upon them for themselves, or don't feel so down about it, because the chance for a comeback seems to be always there for these teams. It's just a matter of how bad you want it and how lucky you are in these sort of situations, because we all know it's PUBG Mobile, it's a battle royale, 100,000,001 things can go wrong or can go right as well. That determines whether or not you have a good game or a bad game. So I wouldn't be too hard on yourself, especially something as volatile as a game like this. But dude, go down onto the comments right now if you are a huge Team Secret fan, which I feel a lot of people are within the Southeast Asian region, me, myself included. Again, try not to play favoritism here, but hey, I'm just saying I'm a fan because they've represented Southeast Asia for a lot of times. Now, talking about the brilliance of Matoi, let me show you what Team Secret pulled off here in order to secure that chicken dinner. They started things off over in San Martin's just with the loot stuff. Pretty normal thing to do here in a PUBG Mobile. It is the looting phase, so not much action going on this side. They are lucky to be still within the outer part of the top side of the circle, so north western side of the circle. They made the movement down onto La Bendita, in between La Bendita and Los Leones, in which they held there for the longest of time. And just when the circle looked like it was drawing towards the southeastern side, it actually pulled up towards the top left side, which is the northwestern side in the game, right? So that hard shift actually gave that advantage towards the side of Team Secret, in which they played off spectacularly here. Right now, you don't see it as much. You just see a whole cluster of teams who are fighting each other out, because this was the time where Team Secret still remained to be pretty passive. A couple of taps here and there, but nothing too lethal as of yet. I think they got a couple of members from RSG, if I'm not mistaken, but it's just some lovely taps as it actually pulls up all the way northwestern side here. That actually got a lot of the teams by surprise. As you can see, the prediction was to draw downwards and everyone saturated the bottom, but it went up and Team Secret immediately made a beeline on the way to the center of their circle, which is probably the only available compound within this center circle, and they held there for the longest of time. But what Matoi did was an interesting one. He actually deployed his team down here, 3-man, and actually went off by himself over a perch towards the right side of the battlefield, towards the eastern side of the battlefield, where he gave information in rotation, and that was clutch on that end, and they were also shooting back at them. So that was a deterrent for the teams who could possibly actually just drive on up and crash within the eastern side. As you can see, it's quite open for a space to be driven into. So by Matoi deploying himself out far in the open, giving the information, that actually deters Clutch, I believe, to make a whole rotation towards the front or the lower side of the entire compound in the circle, where they had to face up against EVOS VIP. So they took some sort of a beating there themselves, and eventually no teams came in from that one open area that they could have just easily breached into. And Team Secret, they had to handle from the only thing they had to worry about was from the back, the B side, which was MAB, which they took off pretty convincingly, and by then they had the high ground and the compound to play around with. Eventually, with their approach towards Clutch on the other side of the entire hill, they took that problem out and immediately transitioned their way back into the top side of this entire hill and pushed downwards against Dingoz, winning them that winner-winner chicken dinner. And if it wasn't for what Matoi did by breaking away from his team, by shooting from that perched up hill, Clutch probably wouldn't make that long rotation to go up front, because then they wouldn't be deterred and actually just ram on through to the compounds where Team Secret currently resides. So Matoy quick on his feet, seeing the problem before it happens, perched himself there, scouted out the rotation, gave out warning shot, changes the rotation of Clutch into a more favorable position for Team Secret to take on fights later on. So it was a complex thing they did. Despite the circle going on to their favor, they still had a lot to think about before securing that win, and therefore Team Secret, my god, that chicken dinner was well deserved. Now, that was it for that round. Like I mentioned, we have another Miramar map coming up later and later on today, ending it with an Erangel. I've got a lot of digesting to do here from that game alone. I'm gonna head off to a quick break before we come back with more PUBG Mobile action. Then once again, my name is Keith. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'll see you in just about a bit. Bye-bye.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. As is GENEXUS.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
And we're back after a short break on trying to understand the high-level IQ plays Team Secret Mattoy brought in the first Miramar map of the day. Now the question will be, what will they bring in the next Miramar map of the day? My name is Keith. I'm your host this evening for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Get used to the name. I know it's long. It'll sound better if I repeat it more often. And a huge shout out to the people who made this whole entire event happen. To the people who put me here, who put the casters on the table, and who put these players right in the forefront for you to watch happen live every single day for the next 3 to 4 weeks. So, huge shout out to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. And as I mentioned, we are down to the last 2 games of the day here, which I will break it down and even further, talk about even further, I guess, because right now it's the overall stats that we gotta check out from the previous game itself. 57 total elimination, total heals of 7,413, 56 knockout, a decent throwables used at 155, 3 airdrops looted, a total of 5 headshots, and 11 total revives. And guess what? Long gets the furthest shot here at 301 meters. Man, that is actually pretty impressive. But it is in the Miramar map, so you expect some sort of a long distance shootout to happen here. Most damage goes to the side of Team Secret. Fredo at 795. They are a sleeping tiger, although Sam9 was the tiger at hand with depth, bringing home 643 damage of his own. And Kid coming in next. The guy always pairs himself with Fredo, and I guess you could see how the both of them shares the damage here at 626 for Kid himself. And this two duo just charged down the hill against Clutch, and you saw how that one wiped up the entire team without any casualty at all. So it was a successful downhill push. Now, can they do that again here coming into the next Miramar map of the day? And Group A, B, C, E will be the ones playing, which means Group D, Team SMG, RSG, MAB Esports, and ALMGHTY will be sitting this one out. So the Singaporeans will be taking a break. Does this mean KHI Esports will now have the chance to play a Miramar map and secure a winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves? It all boils down to what they do in the game, and based on what I'm seeing so far in KHI Esports, I think it's more a confidence issue, if anything, because it seemed like KHI Esports could actually wipe a couple of these Malaysian teams who are currently in the first draft. They did it once and twice. Dingoz was one of those teams who fell in the hands of KHI Esports, and so mechanically, I think maybe they have it. So KHI Esports, will they shake off the nerves being the first newcomer here from the Philippines within the PMPL League, or will they continue this path, this long path of discovery before finding their grooves? Nevertheless, this is who I think is going to get the winner-winner chicken dinner this evening for the second Miramar match. That is going to go to the side of Yoodo, Alliance 4 Rivals. Again, crazy shooters. It's just one of those maps, right? Miramar was a strong map for back then, known as 4 Rivals, currently known as Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. And so Miramar, I think they have the likelihood more so than not. And now with Voki in the team, I also want to see them pull a remarkable play, because a Voki in your team should be an addition. It shouldn't be a detriment, which unfortunately, I hate to say it, is feeling like it right now. But I'm going to reserve my conservative feelings for later because we're gonna watch them play it out right here in the last Miramar map of the day. Take it away.
Hello everybody, and I am Sis Jenny together with Contra, and you are watching 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring, and you are about to witness our fourth match of the day.
That's right, and we got more and more things that are being offered on the table. So far, day number 4, I do believe, has got different winners of Chicken Dinner daily, except for the day where R2K gets that back-to-back. So I think that there's no surefire way of a team to perform consistently to get back-to-back-to-back Chicken Dinners, but they're definitely well on their way. So if there's going to be any chance, I'm going to go against the prediction of Keith. I'm looking at Dingoz Esports. They've been very consistent. I think that they do deserve a Chicken Dinner by the end of the day. I'm giving myself 2 rounds at least. Unlike Keith, it's like, this round I must have it. You know, like, I think I'm trying to be realistic.
I know, right? He's like throwing all the wild cards again, but here we go. Miramar, let's go. On the 4th match of the day, and over this deserty sands, and apparently now the flight route starts from Porto Paracio and ends near La Diria. But here we go. Wow, new graphics.
Oh, I love this. Let's take a look at the average points that each team gets. Now, this is a very solid reason why I'm voting for Dingoz. And hey, he's tied here with his vote on Yoodo Alliance. 11.7 points each, so I'm eyeing on him right now. But EVOS VIP doing some massive work as well with an 8.3, 8.1 for Bosskur, and 8.0 for R2K. We got the rest of the list as well, and honestly, the rest are not too shabby after all.
Definitely, because the only great distinction between all these numbers is actually access rate 1. I didn't expect them to get a 1.7.
Right. This is by far their worst average score in Miramar.
I know, right?
Like, things have definitely changed for the worse. Unfortunately, I just got to say it. So that's also due to the fact that if you do notice, majority of the circle, like we said before, goes to the southeast, and this time they don't have the access to La Guerilla. I think this has also affected the performance of access rate 1 directly.
I think you're right.
Makes sense?
Yeah, it does make sense, because when you train in scrims, you always go to the drop spots, and then especially when, oh my god, the circle! It's again in the south! Bro, give me a break. And this time it's even going down south towards Los Higos.
Let's just head into the water this time. Let's not have any land. Let's see some fishes swimming along with the players. But I'm not complaining all too much because I'm looking at a Winchester shot. My goodness me. Okay, I don't like my odds here for the Chicken Dinner. I think that the player that got shot is from Dingoz. Wait!
Wow.
Wait! He's not even looking! He's not scoping it!
Yeah, bro.
What?
What was that reach, man? Okay, let's predict. 200.
Yo, that deserves a highlight by itself.
How in the world?
You and I mean, we're both baffled. We saw that. Like, no scope Winchester? Okay, I'm pretty sure he landed the first shot with it, right?
Yeah.
Second shot, you can try with 10 bullets, Jenny. I give you 10 bullets.
Yeah, Winchester is crazy.
And if you can get it within 5 shots, you're amazing. This guy doesn't have to look. He just does it like, oh, this guy's down 1 extra tap. I don't need anything else. Okay. Okay.
That's God level. Let's change the name to Demi.
This is the reason why. Okay. I'll settle the score with Keith right now. We got Appy, we got Kiddo. All right, let's see.
Should I pass the mic to him?
I don't know, he can walk up here if he wants to.
Oh, dear God.
I'm not sure if he's allowed though. Keith, we summon you. Never mind. Anyways, Appy. He's not moving any muscle at all. So that's advantage given to Appy. He's gonna drop right now. He does not suspect it. Oh, he whips the shot. Drop shot comes in. Appy's gonna win that trade.
Aye. But he took quite a while there.
Yeah, I mean, he's using the Mini 14 anyways. So...
Oh, what was it, AK?
It was a Mini 14. He's like tapping everywhere. Like, and he still got it. So that's great.
Right.
Okay,
Wow,
that's just one player.
That's just one player.
Well,
Yeah.
one player. Still
Okay.
got my hopes high.
Yep. I'm with you, Contra. Just for the OGs. I don't know what's in me and OGs, but I do give a mad respect to all these, to all the players at least, for who has been playing since season 1. So yeah, it's been a long way.
Yeah, and as we talk about the new and the old, it's Izane. He's not the latest kid added to the PMPL, but he's definitely improving himself every step of the way. And this is by far his best ever performance in any season.
I agree. I really agree. Without Izane, I think he's also part of the profile of R2K, including Echo and Izane, these two, and Ziggs. I mean, R2K, it's like a picture painted of full of fraggers with good thinking skills, or IQ, I would say. But I don't know why. I just hate to see rotations going downwards towards the south. It's not. I mean, I would say it's challenging to a different level, but it's also, we kind of miss that beautiful taste of Miramar, you know, where we see classics of like going on the slopes, going on the hills. But when you go down south, it's all about parking the cars towards which angle is nicer, and if you get a better angle as compared to Miramar, you can do a long range from one hill to another hill. But this time, we're just going to go and see it down south.
I think verticality definitely adds a little bit of challenge right there, especially when it comes down to angles of shots instead of, you know, just traveling, rotation. Sure, you can get any part of the map over the south side. It doesn't really matter by the time that, you know, other teams have gotten better position. We're going for round 2 this time, where Appy is going to be alone, but the rest of Yoodo Alliance is going to be covering his back as well. So Demigod wants to chime in, as this is another fight from a different sector. He did a little bit of damage onto Adibs, but that's all that there is. Esports still finding that momentum, while they do have a little bit of drop right here. Ante, oh my goodness!
Okay.
He will be able to bring 2 members on the ground, but the refracts will come true. Pamburu will be able to secure that 1-pointer. So Yoodo Alliance, they're starting off well. Hey. I'm getting some...
puppy dog faces.
Yeah, some smiles directed at me, and I love it.
The smell of victory.
My bro. I think that he finally got it all under control.
But come on, Kev, it's not yet. We did see how Dingoz can sneak their way in, just like NSEA. But another sneaky thing is about to happen. Shinzi from the other side, but Echo getting that cover angle. The angle covered, sorry, or before that sprays were to protrude over to the rest of R2K.
This is a really tough fight for either side, and it's smart enough for R2K to continue on with their journey. So that allows a little bit of room for Adibs to continue on with some of the shots. Thank goodness the tires are safe. Harm will leave that vicinity without any harm done to him.
Yep, and also trying to salvage the amount of ammo is being used. The sprays probably does a little bit of damage on towards the vehicles, I'm sure. They can't use this at least from the 1st till the 6th circle. They got to try and trade in, and you know what? Killfeed says that there is something going on with KHI and Farang Lejund. Adik managed to get one of the players down. I'm not sure what's happening on the other side. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
wait.
Looks like they're taking 2 battles at the time. Dingoz, they've retreated into the city of Los Leones, whereas the Maso's the next one to be knocked out by Baby Kim, as they're hiding by the corners of the containers, but I do believe that Demigod could go in for revival instead. He drives further down, and Homebois is going to be tagged up. Great work coming out of Rappelboy. I don't even see Rappelboy from my bird's eye. Wait, He's on the other building. Yeah, squeezed by the window. That's about like 200 over meters.
Yep.
Pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean they are like taking the kills instead because initially it started with the Adik look and then after that it got traded with Dingoz and then now they're just taking like, hey, that's mine, no, that's mine.
Yeah, this is how Miramar runs throughout the team. Like, third party is always a thing, but I guess that every other team that whenever they do have a compound, they should stay put until the coast is absolutely clear. Circle's telling us that it's 50% Los Leones and 50% of uncharted territory without a name. Like, you know, if it's going to be so many circles that goes down to the south, I want a name for that empty ground that looks like wheat fields out there in the middle of a hill where up till now there's not a single
a name, yeah.
Right? Like, for us, like, what do you call it? Like, oh, in between Puerto Paraíso, in between Los Leones.
Yep.
And yeah, that's the best we can come up with. Well, we gotta wait for more updates then.
Actually, Miramar has beautiful places, I would say, down towards the south side. Although in the north, there's this attractive oasis. But down towards the south, actually, I really like the trailers and things like that.
I know it's beautiful up here, but it's the blue zone that's going to be devouring some of these players. And St. Martin has Team Secret as well as EVOS VIP still outside, and they take too long. I wonder why.
I'm not sure either why, Contra. Let's just hope that they get to rotate. But
this is why.
Kid.
Samzy. He knows not to play with Team Secret all too much. Now he's all alone by the warehouse. He should know by now that this place is absolutely looted and he's only got 4 first aid. I don't see the rest of EVOS VIP. 3 other members have already journeyed their way in, I assume. But there's no vehicles left for Samzy. Though the other time that EVOS VIP played in Miramar, they did got themselves a chicken dinner, with him getting majority of the points back for the team, and hence why they are one of the top teams performing in Miramar. But this is going to be a long shot for EVOS. And not gonna lie, same goes to Team Secret, who have just gotten themselves that chicken dinner.
I would say because of the zone that probably Secret has that secret meta that they have probably shown us before this. But I think right now, the one that is showing us a lot of skills as of this game is actually Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. They are going everywhere and trying to stop people's rotation.
Yeah, they are. Though we are looking at moving vehicles from all corners, you can see their health bars are going down pretty quickly. And Kid's only got 1 pack. He's going to save it for the final moment. He does have those boosters to keep himself charging up. But other than that, I don't really know how far forward do they really have to basically travel. And from the looks of the map early on, it's still like, what, another 2 kilometers before they reach into a safe space. So we're going to be moving over to GENEXUS versus Team Hawk.
GENEXUS. I really like this PL meta that they are using, but at the same time, it's not working that well. When they are going for a streak, they can get it, but so far, for them to earn that streak, it seems impossible to get that momentum going on, consistency every single map. That's what I see in GENEXUS. I would say their strategy for the way they play. But you know what? Circle decided to pull up instead of the south side back to... it's still in the south though, but it is the city of Los Leones, a portion, actually the entire city of Los Leones, and a portion of La Bendita's Healy side. So I think looking at Team Secret, they will try to take that sweet spot similarly to what Geek Fam is trying to do.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely going to work out well for Geek Fam at the very least, because that spot, there's a little bit of elevated grounds for them to hide out from, and anybody that comes by will at least have Geek Fam members being alerted if they want to pull off the shots or not. While Farang, all they have to do is travel about less than 500 meters to get to where they need to be. So, Homebois, they will have Ampro to steer the direction. Mika's gonna be getting knocked out there. I guess his tires busted and he had like his vehicle tumbling. Nothing new in Miramar.
Nothing new in Miramar indeed, because the traveling portion is just tricky, but NC getting an interception with R2K. R2K is not going to give up. They're going to stop by getting whatever they can. Echo on point shots there, but Flex is returning the fire. Is he able to finish up Echo? I got a feeling it will be. On the other side, GENEXUS is having the standoff, but R2K says this is not the end. We are going to intercept and we are going to take one by one.
And that was a lovely interception. They blew up one vehicle and they caught two players in it as well. So 2 points in the blink of an eye. That's the best news for R2K. The Maso will have a long-range frag that lands onto Zilly, I do believe. And Dams is on the far corner of the lower valley. So it's going to be hard for KHI to still get those numbers back, but they have to be wary of their surroundings because GENEXUS is going to be nearby. They're going to spray into the smoke. They're not really getting anything out of it. KHI Esports, they walk away with 2 points out there, while GENEXUS, they heard a little bit of the spray. They may check up upon the hill, and looks like they have spotted out Bosskur's position. Samnas goes ahead to tag onto Team Secret's eye shots.
But here we go. This is the interception. And initially, R2K was doing a rotation, but now I think they're going to proceed with the plan where they wanted to, but probably doing a little bit of flanking because Echo is still standing by, knowing that Frankie is currently stuck here. He definitely got the information needed, and he's going to stand by for any kind of tricks that will come out from NC. At the same time, there is a third party coming from Farang Lejund at the back of NC, but here we go. EVOS and Team Secret.
Tree versus Tree. We haven't seen ALMGHTY. I believe that he's been able to make his way out there. Matai now going with the flush, dropping a grenade as well. Kid coming for the support, but Matai's getting shot from the back as well. Kid, he needs to go up there, or else just go ahead to save his fallen ally. Now he has to go for a challenge. Oh, 1 HP left. Samsey! He will slowly bleed out, will be refract by Fredo as well. Unfortunate circumstances for EVOS VIP, but this two-way warfare will play itself out. They still need to force their way into the circle, both ALMGHTY as well as Matoy. They'll be crawling out 1 point for each team.
This is definitely something that they kind of already predicted. I think EVOS is probably doing a gatekeep here, and they're doing a beautiful job because 1 by 1 goes down. Fredo will not proceed with the rotation that's already been given. But now looking... Oh, what happened to KHI? I'm not so sure, but they got eliminated, probably being contested by a few teams, left and right, if I'm not mistaken.
The plot thickens out there. Axis Jumper feeling pretty happy about that vehicle detonation as well. Catching them out mid-rotation, I do believe. Now, Axis redONE, they're planting themselves in the open fields as well over on the valleys once again, but they're nowhere near the circle, so they will have to get back into the engines and start to rotate inwards. So they're quite a far distance from where they need to be, so they have to be checking out what's coming in from the eastern side. Team Secret this time, after that chicken dinner, they fall flat on 15.
With that last player who wanted to retreat that rotation, Fredo goes down. And now looking to Axis Jumper, if you remember, they only performed 1.7 over in Miramar, so definitely they have to step up their game. But CLC will try to do a flanking. They have gotten the information. They know there are 2 teams that are about to fight, which is GENEXUS and RX's redONE. But GENEXUS is trying to find the footings on where exactly they want to take the fight from, because they know they got 2 angles to take care of.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Geek Fam has been there all along, while GENEXUS, they got a lot of utilities because they haven't gotten to any sort of engagement. Meanwhile, Axis, yes, they may have actually utilized a lot of their gear. Oh, Snipes catching out the rotation of Clutch Guerilla as well. 2 members down. And how many is there left? We still see Adibs up there. So he has to play this one out safely. Luyu coming in with a push. Jumper is going to go in with 1v1. And you did not challenge him on that 1v1, if ever the case. Multiple times in South Miramar, he's been able to do that, but Snappy's going to be able to trade right back. Now, he does have a lot of all the armory all depleted. Jumper will have to leave the scene, but he will get shot nonetheless. Bosskur doing the work once more. Axis redONE. They may be inside of the zone, but they will have a few members out there to bite the dust.
We're only left with Hainop and Faris. Jumper is already down. Now, two of them got to do all or nothing. And Biu is already been taken down by the few shots. And Hainop just anchoring by GENEXUS because of the play zone. It hurts, and at the same time getting fire from different angles. But here we go, R2K getting the vantage point one more time, but there's quite a few teams here. Yoodo Alliance for Rivals is getting information, listening out to the shots fired. But wow, Aizen.
Yeah, and Aizen is going to be able to do a lot of damage. Just trying to snipe Sem9 out. Does have beautiful spray transition. Now the circle will pull itself back towards the southern end. That also means that THQ currently is the furthest one away, needing to deal with EVOS VIP's members before they come right in. So it's basically a 2 versus how many? 2 versus 2. So it's not too bad of a chance for them to cut by. They just need to clear them out. While R2K, they form that stronghold up the hill. Same goes to Sem9. But Sem9, oh, AWM on the hands of town, but it's going to be the other member of Homebois that will be able to knock them down. While Aizen on the other corner is getting eyed upon, but Burrow will be able to trade it with R2K.
This is the one that I'm talking about. Yeah, you slowly combing the area for Yoodo. But here we go, Aizen, nearly. But they got that beautiful slope to play with for Sem9. So obviously the advantage goes to Sem9. Now suddenly we're looking similarly. Exit Red 1 with Jumper still being knocked out. QB is taking the fight, tossing a grenade. Will that land nicely? I think it will. Haino already dodged that one and he will not get tossed by it. Good movements of that jiggle from Haino, but it's quite tiring actually.
Indeed it is. He's just basically stripping left, right, and he's not going to be able to dance them off. They just have to go in with a full flush. Geek Fam, 2-2 split formation, and Haino's pushing closely to QB. He's got to reposition, and Faris being able to bring snipes down. There's a chance here that Axis could still pull through, but Jumper, he's already bleeding out. Faris is the next one to survive for the team, while QB goes in for the random spray. Faris still holding on, but he will be depleted. The rest of Axis Red 1, they will secure a 12th place finish with 4 elimination points.
That was unfortunately, but Team Hawk is just trading away while this is happening. Miracle will not get to do a spray down towards like Team Hawk who's passing by, but wait, EVOS? Getting to the kill feed one more time.
Yeah, and that's where the camera says, okay, we finally want some taste of EVOS VIP, but one member is going to be tagged out as well. 5 kills are being achieved by the White Tigers, while not Farang, a Tiger in his own orange stripes. Well, black stripes actually. It's going to be pushing forward. It's going to be challenging Ricky with a UMP. He's only got 15 bullets. 15 is worth the number. And they're also finding another one in the form of Putra. Now it's at least Bravo from the back. He did not check his 6. And therefore, Dingoz have been eliminated as well. So
cute.
Yoodo Alliance still having one player out there, while the moment I speak of it, yeah, I guess both of our predictions are wrong.
But it was a nice one. We don't really get to see that in PMPL. We did see Bravo lifting up then RGL Man Parang to go and do a revival somewhere safe. That's nice. But here we go. Teams are resetting, going in for the last few beats of the circle where it hurts the most. You got to get into the circle, and it's now or never. And they're just going to get information of teams that is about to rotate.
Yeah, north side, we see a bunch of teams here struggling to get things done. And majority of them have already lost their vehicles. We see a lot of cars blow up. And I think that if we do go into post-game stats later, he's got to explain, oh, where did all these guys disappear? And I guess that, yeah, there's the answer. Bosskur, though, still have 4 players hiding safely in the warehouse. Adik Luke now goes in to pressurize the rest of Sem9 gank. And EVOS VIP, they're so far away, but can they actually make it through, especially with Geek Fam locking them in place? They're jumping into buggy, and there's no way out for Insanas. Races on the other corner as well. Easy pickings for QB.
That was really unfortunate because EVOS, they had nothing to play with except for the grounds, but a lot of scrimmages is happening. Homebois is underneath of Farang Lejund. A sweet spot indeed, but not in the circle. They've got to eliminate Homebois ASAP, and you know what? Helton already exploded that vehicle that belongs to Bart, but that's not enough because there is Trix and Bart that is waiting for a chance to pop in. But you know what? Lower ground versus vantage point. I'm not sure how is this going to work out, but IGL says go, go, go for the circle, and leaving behind Helton again, getting the knock.
A little bit too much of a rush, and Alboy's going to be locking his crosshairs onto both the Farang members out there. Adibs will be able to take out Geek Fam's Miracle. That only leaves one more play left for Geek Fam. And Adik Luke, is he sure about this? 3 members of Bosskur right next to him, and they have to fight each one out. Psycho now drops a grenade, so there's no fight coming in from Farang Lejund. All 2 of them are just crawling by. Olio has to go in for a save, but, well, despite that, Rebel Boy is actually still alive, so he will kill himself with the first aid kit. But the rest of Bosskur, they really want to stop these guys hiding underneath. They know where they're at, so lobs and lobs of the grenade will connect, while Psycho will be shot from the back. It's going to be clutch there to basically help out their siblings.
Adib's having that good point where he's on the rooftop. He can see everything, every information indeed, except for Frankie, of course. And everybody else is going to go for proning action this time because you are going to get vulnerabilities at first. And Quick QB, just by the buggy, the only person alive is probably trying to get survival points. Homebois and also Farang Lejund will do a reset similarly to Team Bosskur, and they are still hitting out and finding information still at the same time. They can just finish up the fight, but Naoki, look at that. He has already secured a place for his team to come in. What a good IGL.
Yeah, and there's so much space for Bosskur to play around with. They've been here for the longest of time before every other team have crashed into some of these walls. QB just sneaking by, so down to that 1 versus 1 from the high ground, though. So Adibs, I think he could still pull at least a good 2 pointers back. That's his 3. Adik Luke, first one to go down, will be turned back. Bart will be fragged out by Olio. First kill for the player, while Triggs is on the other corner. So QB, he knows where they're at. They're lobbing one grenade, try to seek Triggs out. He's just gonna have some happy feet dancing it off by the sand, but it's going to be hard to lob it inside of that, well, I don't want to call it a bunker, but it feels like a bunker because he's hanging there for the longest of time.
Yeah, but this is the Farang Lejund that you guys have been wanting, or at least the Malaysian fans. They are coming back with a fight. You see the 1v1 fight, and they kind of take turns one to one another. The tag team working. Olio is trying to target onto Bosskur. Good communication, but I'm not sure how consistent they can get. They are pushing in slowly by foot. They have no covers at all. Already information being given out. Adibs is up there getting all this information. QP getting himself safe, making sure everything is safe. He's just spraying away first.
Yeah, he wants to hear a little bit of footsteps, and here you go. Adibs have found that target, and that will remove one more player from Farang Lejund. While the rest of Bosskur, they're turtling in. They have 4 players versus singular targets other than Farang Lejund. I would still count that as a singular target because I see Olio is already playing the healing game. He's not going to be moving out of that. Frankie, though, sneaking his way. He's on the upper floor, and the rest of Bosskur is not really checking. One member down from the side of Farang Lejund, and they will eventually go down. Leaves 5 more to play this one, with Bosskur having another heavy chance here in Miramar.
Yeah, but Bosskur, I really like Naoki's idea. He has great ideas, man. If any chance there's going to be a transfer window, Naoki is the guy to go for. Look at how he actually preserved his players from being in such a vulnerable spot. He's in the building and already spotted or heard Frankie up here. They're going to clear out this guy first before they manage to, I don't know, they can win this chicken dinner, 4 men alive.
Or they could also opt for option B. This guy's going to be outside of the blue zone anyways later on. Just leave him be until he moves out of sight. Well, I mean, into sight. But for now, out of sight, out of mind. So, QB, it's amazing how Geek Fam survives through it all. They were playing on the open grounds while he's in the other corner of the building. They do have a little bit of the luck of the circle on their favor. Tricks, on the other hand, He's trying to make this decision. It's getting a little bit awkward where he needs to run towards the direction of Adibs. It's like no matter where he goes, he's stuck right now, but pressure is on. QB's going to lob that grenade. Trake tries to get another shot. He does bring down Psycho. So 3 members still healthy for the rest of Bosskur. So it's just between Geek Fam as well as Clutch to see how long can they last before the rest of Bosskur takes him down. QB brings one more back, brings up to the 9th point for Geek Fam. Can he make a perfect 10er?
This reminds me of one classic Miramar. Do you remember the one that Matoy was alone on the rooftop and then he jumped down? This is
in the blue zone, right?
Yeah, it's a dilemma, but it's not dilemma. Deja vu, guys. This is a deja vu, and this is not easy because it's already the 9th circle, guys. 9th circle. Beautiful way to end the day because they're not gonna jump down. They're gonna wait and wait and wait, and Bosskur doing the same thing.
Eventually, somebody's got to make a move, right? And honestly, this isn't the center of the final zone, so now Phase 9 is going to kick right in. You see the circle slowly closing out. So somebody's got to leave the building, and I guess Adibs can make a leap of faith if he wants to. Or, better yet, heal from the top for a little bit more until the rest of them move out. QB has to also make a decision right now. So everybody's hiding indoors. We got Geek Fam, Clutch Guerilla, Bosskur. So 3 versus 1 versus 1. And they're starting to heal up. Asper's going to be outskirts as well. Adibs the first one to fall. So it's down to QB to see what he can get. He's going to take the lead and give Bosskur the win.
1 extra kill point for Bosskur.
Well, oh well. Each one of the members actually got 2 pointers, and that's how they like to celebrate the chicken dinner, by having equal distribution.
You know, I've said it once and I'll say it again. Team Bosskur, just when the entire crowd snoozed on them, didn't think they existed, they always find a way to remind you that they are here to stay. Congratulations, a winner chicken dinner onto the side of Team Bosskur, and who better yet to pull the entire team through? It was Naoki and his leadership to make the calls to drive on through and into the hunts. But before we elaborate further on how they got the chicken dinner, I'd like to talk about how you can get your own winning or own prizes, like guests. Talking about, of course, these little cute corn in a cob suit which you can wear as an overalls here. Obviously, there are 2 codes. 2 codes, very limited. They are unique codes in which no 2 codes are the same, okay? I'm not sure if code 1 is for the head and code 2 is for the body, or it comes in a whole set, because they don't allow me to claim it. Otherwise, I would have way before you did. Okay, go over to www.pubgmobile.com/redeem. Like I said, this is exclusively for the viewers. None of the casters have it. I don't even have one myself, and so count your lucky stars. And instead of using that fast fingers to type toxic down in the chat, why not use it for redemption for once in a while, you know? At least get something good out of that outcome and, well, rock the corn in the cob outfit and stick out in the fields. Anyways, talking about more good things that PUBG Mobile is coming out with is these new collaboration, okay, which they have recently announced. It's out now on the PUBG Mobile platform. That is the PUBG Mobile X Warframe collaboration, okay? You can win or technically obtain. I wouldn't say win because you kind of have to play the game. So you get most definitely obtain in-game events, outfits from these in-game events, but you kind of have to do a little grinding. It is, after all, a season pass. Now, talking about the new and improved Classic Mode as well. Classic Mode 1.9. In case you haven't heard already, the mechanics have been improved. Now you will get a notification when the play zone countdown is about to close in. So no longer do you have to stress on that while trying to keep tabs of people on the battlefield while you are gunning them down. Make the decision when they give you the warning, or by then it's probably too late. You might as well commit to the fight anyways. So check out the other stuff as well. Control improvement, supply shop, and a new bridge in Erangel. New bridge, which means new tactical warfare, which you can strategize and implement when it comes to these chokeholds. Hopefully it comes down to competitive soon enough, though. This is only released on the classic mode here, so make it as you may. I think maybe it's kind of like a beta test for people, and if people like it, people adapt it to this new whole bridge, maybe then they bring it onto the rank and competitive scene for us to see more interesting layers coming out from PUBG Mobile, or the league per se, the PMPL MYSGPH Spring. So that is all the offerings that they have, and well, the chicken dinners have been eaten today. So far, 4 chicken dinners have been given out. 1 more left in the kitchen. Let's take a look before we elaborate further on how the chicken dinner was earned. We shall first see the numbers brought in by this team here. Team Bosskur, under the leadership of ALMGHTY again, bringing home 8 kills with 15 chicken dinner points onto their side, giving them a total of 23. Previously, I believe they were in 3rd place. This should propel them higher. Oh, is it 3rd or 4th? 3rd place, yeah, I remember. Now, Geek fam did absolutely well as well, despite the circle shift that was, let's be honest, far than hard to play. It's way beyond hard. Hard is just an understatement at this point, seeing as though it looks like it hard shifted down and then hard shifted back up. All the numbers that they're getting here is impressive to say the least, and Geek fam, Team Bosskur, they did not have an easy path into the circle, I can tell you that much. Clutch Guerillas, Adibs, once again coming out here onto the screen with 3 eliminations this time round. 677 damage, carrying the entire squadron on his back with 70% team contribution. At this point, you can kick 3 other players and play it as a whole. You and one guy, choose who's your favorite. Pull it into your squad, play a duo instead. It seems like you're doing all the work. 117 meters long, longest elimination. And there we have it. No, Bosskur now stays at number 3. Did not shift at all, so I was off by a single placement since I forgot that R2K is still very formidable and is now in 2nd place. But the gap between the top 3 has now diminishes into a very, very possible outcome, right? It's the race to top 1 now to end the day and eventually come in with a head start coming tomorrow, when tomorrow comes and they have to play for the overall standing. So Bosskur has diminishes that differences in points, giving them a good chance to maybe even finish at number 1 spot. Now, take a look at the 2nd draft, though. This is where a lot of the struggling takes place. Oh, by the way, Clutch Guerilla now makes it up the 1st draft, so congratulations to them. Meanwhile, down the bottom 4 seems to stay stagnant here with ALMGHTY, GENEXUS, SMG, and KHI Esports. 3 of those teams are new. 1 of them is underperforming. Okay, hint, hint, Team SMG. I hate to say it that way, man, but they've seen better days. We've seen them have better days. The rest of the others, hey, maybe it's nerves. ALMGHTY, probably their first PMPL. GENEXUS, only BB had the experience, and Snappy, maybe. Yeah, they've got new roster, new players, probably new strategy. which isn't working, and KHI Esports. So of course, let's take a look how Bosskur got their winner with a chicken dinner. Starting things off in Impala with the hard shift downwards, nearly about 30% of the map covered in water. One would assume that it was going to close down even further, and so Team Bosskur made the advancement straight on down south, being close to it from Impala. They occupy the bottom side, making sure that so it's an advantage because no one else can come from behind. And now that the circle has closed, straying away from the water, they could assume that it's going to get away from, and it's not going to be a water circle, and instead make the rotation towards the middle. And as it closes even more further, they are now left within the air in the open field, where they kind of have to fight through quite a bit to actually secure themselves within the circle itself, right? Geek fam, they've been there for the longest of time over in Los Leones, so they were always within circle. But Bosskur, my God, they had to fight their way through, and it was a sticking moment, I believe, when they were right next to Farang, when they were right next to, I believe it was Homebois as well, where they were pincered down and got nowhere to run until ALMGHTY decided to make the bold decision and move on forward, scouted out the area and found an entry point within a compound. This was one of the fights that happened very bravely when Sam9 ended within the first and last few circles in the 5th circle here. As you can see, Sam9 had the high ground and everyone wanted to compete against it to take over the spot. Obviously, it's kind of a do-or-die situation, which unfortunately didn't pan out for Sam9 as the circle strayed away from their comfort zone and slowly closes into this small little area here. And as you can see, Bosskur, from the location they were playing from, they had to fight their way in. Farang had all the advantage in the world, being smack dab in the center here. Unfortunately, they were pincered down by a number of teams within the way. Homebois was one of those teams that were pincering them down. And eventually, Clutch Guerilla, Adibs, who was on top, overseeing it all, who ended the Homebois took out Farang, Homebois, and then Homebois gets taken out by Clutch Guerillas. That was the order of fight, if I remember myself. And look at QB. This man, I don't know how he made it in such willy-nilly fashion, but he did. And he stayed there for the longest of time. And it was Bosskur who pushed into it after they took out, they realized that Frankie was in that building. Then it wasn't safe, tried to make the rotation onto the bigger building, of course. And it all played out the way it did. It became who has less meds or who is ballsy enough to make the first move to get into the blue zone, I guess. Well, Adibs, he did the victory dance, which we all know and love. That was a kind of a high point for me. I think that was the most entertaining thing within the 9th circle here, when Adibs was doing the dance, right? Because they knew that they were back against the wall and there was nothing they could do. Adibs sure could have jumped down, maybe try and get a frag off, but what is the likelihood of that? Maybe he'd get more chances just by staying on top and maybe hoping that Bosskur or Geek Fam QB was the one who decided to make the first move outside and he'll get the frag from the high ground. So it was a dilemma in which ended the way it did, which wasn't surprising. And well, Team Bosskur, ALMGHTY, man, like one of the casters said, if there's a player you would want to steal into your arms, into your midst during a transfer window, it's got to be ALMGHTY. 2 chicken dinners now under his name. That is it for the 4th match of the day. We're going to get into the 5th in just about a bit. My name is Keith. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'll see you after a short 3-minute break. I'll see you on the set. Bye-bye.
Tanpa korang, siapalah kami? Y4R win!
Realize.
GG RSG.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
We are down to the 11th hour, and that is the final game for the day. Hey, what's up? It's me, Keith. I'm your host this evening for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. And like I mentioned, we're down to the 11th hour, which means the last game for the day for some of these teams to come in strong and maybe rake in as much point as they can before they walk into the final competitive day for week number 1 tomorrow. This is it. Tomorrow, they are playing for the overall standings. Whatever they ended up with tomorrow will be the scores they're going to get for week number 1, and which means they're going to have to start raking in that points now. We've seen some of these teams finally stepping up. Clutch, Guerilla, one of them, now going up onto the first draft, and while others falling down in second, falling in short, and some of them struggling to even bypass the bottom 5 position. So, will this one game be the determining factor on this team's next tempo? Will they ever try and break the bad performance streak that they're having right now? Or will KHI Esports actually finally bring in a winner-winner chicken dinner. If not today, maybe tomorrow, but let's save it for this last game here. And before I move on any further, just to mention to you that this is the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile themselves. So go over to the page and wish them a happy birthday, will ya? It's not the hardest thing to do. In fact, writing my name on my essay is the hardest thing to do because I know the quality that comes out from it and I don't want to admit it's mine. So let's take a look at what the elimination and damage that came out previously in a previous round here with Geek fam actually towering above the rest here. 9 kills and 1,464 damage. Only close to it is Team Bosskur, the winner chicken dinner winner with 8 kills and 1,181. Everyone else seems to be biting the dust. Farang Lejund, unfortunate for them. They did so much work, but I guess plagiarism is a thing and people just take away their homeworks after they, finish the job halfway done. So that's always a risk. That's always a risk. Remember to finish what you started, they say. Meanwhile, the rest of the team seem to be balanced to even out. GENEXUS and Homebois actually got 0 kills. So unfortunate to them. Despite their efforts, Homebois stayed into like the top 5 position towards the end. They still got 0 kills. Now this is the overall stats: 53 eliminations for the entirety of the last map of Miramar. 8,553 points healed, 54 total knocks, 210 throwables used, including the ones Adibs threw at the end, which is purely for deploying smokes, and I guess it's to parade his way on top of the last floor, the highest floor of the building while he did that dance. Going into the 5th match, the final match for day number 4 in week number 1 in just about a bit, with this time round Group A sitting this one out. BCDE is the group that will be playing, which means Geek fam, that previous round was the last round for them, and my god, did they not end it with quite the bang here at 2nd place in a stalemate. R2K will be sitting out, unfortunate for them, because their lead has just been overpassed, and it seems like they're going to have to do away and be okay with it. Farang Lejund will not get to play, as well as Clutch Guerilla. Clutch Guerilla, one of those teams that stepped up big time, so for them to take a break right now is a pause in their momentum, but thankfully for them, it wouldn't be detrimental towards their momentum since they played 4 games in a row, and finally at the last game, they take a break, and eventually we're gonna call it a day. So Clutch Guerilla did whatever they could. Can't say the same for Farang Lejund, unfortunately. Now, take a look at the team that I am predicting this time around. Now that R2K is not in the mix any longer, Clutch Guerilla is not in the mix any longer, who seems to be pretty hot and heavy today itself in terms of performance. I think this paves a huge gap way for Dingoz to actually come in with their winner-winner chicken dinner. So I've got my hopes on them. We've seen how consistent this team can be. In fact, they are within the top 3 region, doing so well today. They are on fire after getting that. Getting a chicken dinner and close to a chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken. So that consistency is their game, is their theme for day number 4 in the 2nd last day of week number 1. So without further ado, will Dingoz finally prove me right, or will it, just like every other team, let me down? It all depends on this last match. Casters, please play it out for me.
Well, it looks like somebody copied my homework from early on, but it's okay. I know it's good, that's why. Then, anyways, welcome back to the PMPL MYSGPH. This is spring season for 2022. You got Sis Jenny along with me, Contra. We're your casters for the entirety of the evening. But jokes aside, I think that Q's definitely doing a really good job so far. Kudos to that. Then, of course, Realme is here with us as our official smartphone partners, and this year Realme as a tech trendsetter will partner with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports with best-in-class products. The GT2 Pro is greater than you see, so you should check it out.
And like I said, you got the phone, you need the line. I think that's my tagline this time. We got Yoodo, and if you sign with Yoodo, you get a free 5 GB of high-speed data. For PUBG Mobile players, this is a good news for you because you got 20 extra gigabyte for PUBG Mobile data.
That's right, and then that definitely adds up a whole lot. If you get that every month, whoo, you don't have to worry about, losing connection wherever you are. So, game's about to start. We're going to the ultimate round of Saturday night. And, they've been hanging around Miramar for far too long. I hope they don't have that Saturday night fever already. So, we're going to take it a little bit slower, a little bit more room temperature. I honestly don't know how living in Erangel will feel like. So I guess that it's going to get a slightly cold, but they've got their blood all boiled up. And of course, all the engines will be roaring as we get our way into sunny Erangel.
The sunny and the oji Erangel. At least for Erangel this season, I would say the circle is mercy. It's more of like we've seen repeated circles of the kinds that they have usually practiced, and now the flight will fly over from Stalber, ends in Primos. I'm not so sure to jinx it now, but it would be a good jinx if we were to see a bridge circle. But then again, here we go. Average points in Erangel, R2K leading with 12.0. And then closely by is Geek Fam with their beautiful known rotations. And then closely behind, this time at least Axis Rate 1, they are not at the bottom.
Yeah, and I think that's also the reason why. On Miramar, they always don't get their drop spot. In Erangel, however, Axis Red 1, they're uncontested inside the island, and they got some free roams up for them. They don't really get too much of a challenge inside Fair Pier or even Milda. So long as that happens, Axis Red 1 could basically have free reign of whatever they want to do. But there were times where also they move into Kameshki, and that's also a very safe area to play out. So you have ample of loot to work around with. You can send one onto Stalber, which is Micah. And this time, I want to see that island ending. Because why? That flight path don't really favor any of these teams to get into the island.
Yeah, but for at least Team Hawk and NC, they will go back to where they belong. So no top, no sky, no vote. But here we go. The circle is in the... Again, being very fair, going towards the areas of the north side, but there is still the north side and Plaza School and Pochinki and everything else. But Rankid here trying to run over Small Boy. Will he get over? I think he won't, because Damaso will get at least 1 or 2 guns in hand already, and he will try to get, there you go, as predicted, he will go down first.
Coming up with the P19C, it's first blood for Damaso. KHI Esports, they're really good in the early game. I just really want to see them finish up strong. So at least it adds a little bit one after another. But you can see the disparity right now on KHI Esports, and you compare it to currently, of course, you can't compare it with teams that are not playing. But SMG's like what? About 30 over points? Okay, 24 points. That's ahead of them.
This is actually a new way to not get damages when you are riding onto another vehicle. So if you were to just stand on not doing anything, you will fall and you will get the damage. But if you are standing on the buggy and you're doing emotes, you will not get the damage. So tips from Sis Jenny, thank you, you're welcome.
Now, does that also allow them to dodge incoming bullets?
It's a bit tricky, I think. I think the driver would be like going swerving left and right if there is bullets coming onto the buggy.
Yeah, because like I see him up in the air, he disappears for a moment. Like, do you still aim at the original spot where they stand in order to hit that hitbox?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that answers all the questions that you need to know about riding a buggy with 3 men. So if you have no options, or if your option is a tricycle, just don't try. Just don't. Like, I just hate it when, like, of all things, they spawn like a trike by the side of the road and you think you're gonna be fine. You drive on the straight road and suddenly your car flies up in the air and your whole team depletes and you rely on that one guy that didn't ride that trike.
And that's
smartest guy, by the way.
GG! good game, in a way.
I'm sure some of you guys can relate if you play enough PUBG Mobile.
Yep.
So, I don't know, like, I think that pro players have a work around it. So, what they do is that they bust the tire on one of the Peeling Riders' side so that it's, in a way, mounted to the ground that you can't flip any longer. And I think that's a really smart move. That's the only time that I think you are allowed to bust the tire of your own teammates.
Yep. True. That's like a lot of tips and tricks of what to do if you don't have your favorite vehicle or a vehicle that can move for at least 10,000 kilometers. I mean, that is the longest distance that we have seen so
How
far.
many days would that be for 10,000 kilometers?
I mean, in the game. I mean,
Yeah,
10,000 meters.
Like, okay, 10,000 meters doable.
Yeah.
10,000 kilometers, I think it takes me 20 games of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
Not in Sandhawk. I don't want to drive in Sandhawk for safety reasons. So, speaking of driving, of course, you know, let's talk about dream vehicles because there's a lot of cool wheels on the road. I know, since Jenny, you come from sunny Singapore, and you know, there's a lot of great cars out there. Is there a dream car of yours?
There is.
Okay, name one.
Am I allowed to say here?
Yeah. Go
Oh
ahead.
well, apparently the car is in the car is in PUBG also. It was like 2
That's
seasons ago.
what I'm leading into. So, yeah, so which one?
Tesla.
Tesla, wow.
I drove one in Singapore. Tesla.
Wow, she's got the Tesla.
No. But not here. I mean, I heard it's not easy to charge and things like that. But, well, got the PUBG one. That's good enough.
Cool. Well, I'm going to be visiting
what about
Singapore
you?
with you next time around, okay?
What's your dream car?
Okay, I want... there's not a collaboration with this brand yet, so I don't think I'm allowed to say it, but you know what? What's cool? Lamborghinis. Lamborghinis are what's up. So,
wow,
we got the
expensive.
brand new collaboration with PUBG Mobile, and you guys got to try your luck. Top up those UC. You might get yourself, you know, if you can't get it in real life, own one in PUBG Mobile.
I'm okay with Dacia.
Honestly, I would drive a Dacia too. And imagine how badass you would look if you were to drive a buggy in the middle of the street, either in MYSG or PH. Like, you definitely get everybody's attention.
Hey, but do you know, I've seen buggies in Thailand, like on the roads.
Wow. No wonder the Thai representatives of PMPL have always done so well. They practice it in real life too.
Yeah, you got a point.
You know what's very similar between all our PMPL nations?
What?
We all do get ourselves stuck in traffic a lot, right?
Yep.
And this is just one similarity. Another similarity is that we all have great food. Yeah, I know the Malaysians will start talking behind my back about, you know, MYSG, MY. But honestly, like, of course, some of the roots are coming from, you know, similar places, and we all share very similar culture. I think in PH, it's pretty cool right there. Like, they got a lot of different variety of food. I tasted some of them, like, pretty recently with my family members. They happen to love it, and, you know, I really hope that one day we get the PMPL live from PH itself with an offline event. I believe that the fans there are super passionate, and I want to see, you know, all the amazing faces that will appear. Well, for now, we just have to see this Poro sleeping at the job.
Well, that's good talk on trying to visit all the different countries. I mean, it's already endemic. We are able to fly, of course, with the safety precaution measures. We need to go for the PCRs. But then again, hopefully it comes in very soon, very quickly, that it will get lifted off at least because it's expensive. But now, what is not lifted off is the blue zone. So where exactly the circle will close in, it seems like a lot of teams is crowding in the areas of Rozhok. And of course, that beautiful straight in the middle that cuts across in the middle of Yasenaya. And everybody is crowded in there, and true enough, the circle is over in that section. To what I know, the team that knows this rotation or this particular circle that plays very well, unfortunately, is not playing out right now, and that's Geek Fam.
Yeah, and Geek Fam, they would be happy if they get their chance to play in this certain map. Like, same thing they say for sometimes when they do sit out. High Esports this time, get sniped upon by Sam9. This team, we're bound to meet every single time that they go into Angle. That this is like, what, episode 4 already? That they've been locking horns at each other. Demigod is the first one to fall out, though. So this is going to be a point there to be secured by the rest of Sem9. With Putra chasing on the tail of Homebois. I don't know if this is going to be the best idea, but he will continue his trail while Rankit will get that drop. Oh my goodness! Putra absolutely regrets his decision.
Ay. He shouldn't have done that. I mean, it's Rankid. Philippines, they can land the shots, guys. Probably they have not adapted to the MYSGPH just yet, at least for the MYSG. But hey, they can land shots, so don't judge them. They can get it. So unfortunately for Putra,
It's such a rookie mistake, right?
I know, I shouldn't have done that.
I don't understand. You're going on there all alone. You're driving. You're not having somebody at the back seat to go in for the spray. So it's something that is given to KHI Esports. I guess they go in for a little bit of give and take. You know what's best about that situation?
What's it?
KHI Esports. They also got back on his feet, which means Sem9, they lost one for no reason.
Yeah.
Why?
Probably, I think players are being complacent at least. Because remember what happened in the first Erangel when Sem9 was playing? They got a beautiful sweet spot in smack in the middle of prison where that particular compound was. They managed to bring down the entire team secret. So they wanted to, redo that deja vu. But it did not happen. Maybe complacency. So Putra probably learned it the hard way.
It's been so many seasons, so like by now, these kind of things shouldn't happen. Kachang Susu, on the other hand, is a lot smarter, taking the fight from pretty far away. Axis Red 1. They've rotated all the way from Kameshki, and now they spot them intruding into this wide open field, and I guess that they say, hey, this land belongs to me, don't get any further than that. And, those warning signs that people always ignore. Yeah, I guess that's the case for Rankit, but at least Rankit got 1 point back for the team, right?
Well, yeah, he was happy for a moment with all the loots that he got from Putra. Not much, probably. He got the buggy too, but it didn't last that long. Just a few seconds. But here we go, Axis Red 1 trying to chase down KHI Esports. And they're trying to, I'm not sure exactly where they're going. They're going in circles. They're just trying to rotate. But every single movements that they're making, they're getting knocks for one another. And now, really getting caught off. Mika is not going to let this one off.
Yeah, Micah is having a really good position, but Demigod's going to be able to tap in now along with Homebois. So the exchanges are good. KHI, they bring on the fight, but the Tigers, they are swarming right in. RC Rex is also around the corner. Axis Red 1's going to be able to steal it away from Sem9. Well, I guess that these two teams are picking on one another, while KHI Esports is only having 1 member left. Somehow, RSG, they saw everything. It is like, yo, there's a scene right here, 911. I don't want to be here any longer, but I'm just reporting. Yeah, it's Kameshki signing out.
Yeah, and now you're looking into another information. Bosskur is right in front. They're like passing by like, what's up, everybody? Just gonna go into their spot for now. Everybody, if you realize, Contra, right now, the teams are somehow aiming towards the opposite side of Rozhok. one possibility, I've learned this from Season 3, at least from that particular slope that Geek Fam likes to hide onto or at least be in, is a good vantage point to get on towards the other side. But here we go, our boy is trying to tell RFG, stop saying hello to everybody and fight.
They can't do so. They're taking very different vehicles, and you know, it's not a Lamborghini, it's just a NSEA. So therefore, RSG goes in early and also gets out. Let's call it a 9.
But honestly, I didn't know what happened to ALMGHTY. They just got eliminated. What happened to them?
No clue.
So something probably have happened to them. I'm not so sure exactly what.
My assumption is that they tried to do exactly the same as RSG, but on the other side of the map, and then they got caught out by either GENEXUS or so. But it's going to be Bosskur that gets those 3 points, so I assume that that's the team that took them down. MAV has also gotten themselves into some situation, but SMG, on the other hand, they're launching attacks against Dingoz, and that's a really tough compound for 2 sides to share, and therefore they're calling it quits. They say, okay, back out, let's go to the warehouse instead.
But this is a classic place to fight, SMG versus Dingoz. These 2 particular compound, it's very tricky, you know. It's nearby Cerveny. Not much of a closure, a lot of low slope to play with, but Mail with that Mini 14 trying to trigger, deliver the shots over. Still not done yet. He's getting left and right of Dingoz. Dingoz exactly not going to take the compound that I just said. It is tricky to take a fight like that. So they're going to go and back off a little bit more, getting more space for them to breathe, and they have managed to do it, right?
Yeah, and this will be pulling it all the way up to north. EVOS VIP eventually seeks out the final member of KHI Esports, and therefore we only have 3 teams that have dropped out thus far. This final game looks to be pretty interesting. The first circle of Erangel that moves all the way upwards other than the central zone, as well as, you know, close to the Gatka area. Grenades being tossed there by Fredo as he's aiming onto Boki. 2 great streamers out there if you guys haven't checked out their pages yet. But oh my goodness, it's a little bit of collateral here. Team Hawk have expected this sort of arrival. And there's going to be more swarming in. The rest of JPNC, they're coming in from the back, and they're going to be gate crashing to the scene. A little bit of lift off in the air. Ricky's going to be able to pull one back to the team, while Zully will clear up whoever comes to the door. So NC, they're still having 2 more members left, and suddenly the tides have turned. Team Hawk gets cleared out of the game.
Oh, that is at least one beautiful execution of a crash, I would say, from NC. I did not expect that to happen. I thought Team Hawk had all in the bag, but no. And now let's look into the contest of Team Bosskur. And no, wait. We're just going to change into the White Tigers. EVOS VIP very close by to Axis. redONE getting information from the back is in Heinub and Kacang Susu. Not sure what's going to happen. They're definitely flanking up. Going to try and trap EVOS in the middle. I'm not so sure if that's executable.
Yeah, Samzi's going to be able to bring down Micah as well. Micah now just limping his way. He's so far from the rest of his teammates, but Heinub's going to be able to drive over. But Samzi, he's still looking on the same passage point, but he's going to be protected by the corners of the rock. So EVOS VIP's got to look for an alternative angle while Kachasusu's looking behind him, but we're taking the fight back towards Yoodo Alliance. A little bit of wraparound coming from Dingoz as they do bring one back, and this is not a position for the rest of Yoodo Alliance. The grenades exchange are looking out, and I can see that you're looking worried for either side of the team, but that grenade will drop, and Paburu is the only one left.
That was uncalled for, but Yoodo Alliance, probably they got the wrong information. They were crashing onto just one Dingoz when there's 3 of them were preparing for an action, and I don't think this is a safe place for Pamburu because third party can come in from all the other angles. Look at, he's in the open, come on.
Yeah.
And he can't move anywhere. He has to finish the fight, and it's simply, if he can use the car, that would be a good time to use it right now. Pamburu, go.
Now, I see a lot of broken vehicles as well, and the one closest to Pamburu is a white NSEA. You know what would be cool if they do have another collaboration? AE86 Classic Toyota. That's what I want.
Okay.
Yeah, anyways, back to the game. Oh, Axis! They're driving straight to a trap, and they're taking the fight against EVOS once again. But they're still Micah that's still surviving the grenades on lob right in, and this is not the Tigers that you want to challenge. Now there's only one more left for Axis Red One. They take down Micah before, now they just have to commit 4 versus 1. Meanwhile, while they're at it, there's still another few players up over the northern side, which is Homebois as well as Bosskur. And they gotta quickly wrap this one up. The circle is shifting further and further away. Not from God, but just from where they are.
I believe very much Axis Red 1 was actually trying to push and getting Mika at the back to cover, but I think they've forgotten there's a small ditch in the middle, so he couldn't get the angle straight. That's the reason why it got played back off for Axis Red 1. Well, at least now they are already out of the game for now. We're seeing, somehow I was looking at the map, and everybody was fighting, and then GENEXUS is just chopping.
Yeah. GENEXUS, they had the circle from the start. I kind of wish we see a little bit more of GENEXUS as well.
Yep, me too.
Because they honestly have the perfect angles to work with. But I guess that they weren't proactive. They just sit by and it's like, okay, we wait for the circle, wait and wait and wait. Now circle has shifted, and now it will be Team Secret that will go against their ex-captain, Liu, on the other side, while Bubu's hiding by. I know that he really wants to win this one badly.
I know, right? This is a contest that I've been waiting to see. Leung now going to take eye shots. Will that be possible? Oh, he's getting more damage than ever. Now 2v1, will he get the clutch? No, Leung goes down. Now everybody else from GENEXUS going down at the same time. Bubu, the dream did not come true.
Well, oh well. Of course, that's the story for another day. EVOS here ramping up those kill numbers. It's only going to be Reiki right across. And EVOS VIP, they managed to take out the rest of Dingoz. That, well, honestly, it's actually Bosskur that does the trick. MAB, they make it into the top 8. Well, if they're still carrying the Car 98K. So I really do wonder if he can get some good snipes, but there is a lot of smokes in the way. If there now gets a shot back onto Onyx as he switches over to the M4. Fredo still trying to pull this one out. Secret still have 4 members. They have a solid chance, but so does the rest of the team.
I know he, the person that we are trying to believe in, that he has these magical powers. He's getting information. He's always quite far from his teammate. You realize that this is the particular movements for Team Bosskur ever since Ainaoki has come into the game. He's getting information, telling exactly where to deliver the grenades to. The NSEA is going to come out and try to fight.
Battle continues here between Ainaoki as well as MAB. They're just basically having a perfect defense so far. They managed to knock down the superstar player of Bosskur, but another nade comes in from Boy. While Team Secret, they took on 2 battles against VIP as well as some of the other players right down the bomb side. JPNC tries to get them both crushed as well, and it's going to be EVOS VIP with only 3 members left, and one more gets removed from play. That detonation of the vehicle will send Mika off the map as well. That leaves 2 more for, well, 1 more for EVOS, while MAB gets wiped off by Bosskur. 10 eliminations.
Yikes! Oh my god, Paburu, he has been hiding there for a while. I can see him. He has been behind the Dacia. That's a very good trigger discipline by Paburu. We did see that. He has been there. He waited, and he managed to get 4.
I can't believe it.
4. Or at least 3 elimination points on his own.
He's just been there all the time. I thought that Yoodo Alliance is already down and out. MAB was there all along. And sure, the tension was drawn towards Bosskur, and they just kept fighting and fighting. Paburu being such a sneaky player. Now, I don't know what to make out of it, but of course he brings those important points back to Yoodo Alliance, especially now in the top 6 scenario. There's a lot of smokes here being set up by EVOS VIP. They need to run into the circle. Whereas Homebois, they can keep getting them gate capped while they have the buggy driving towards Tam. He's going for the spray transition, but he's not going to be able to make the cut. But he goes in for a reload, and he does still get the frag onto Razor.
Paburu, but here we go. Frankie from the top level. Vantage point with Magix working hand in hand trying to get whatever elimination points they can. Pemburu, yep, good trigger discipline, getting informations first before he moves on, and he's pulling every trigger right because he's already getting five guys elimination points just for Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals. Look at how this guy is working it out.
Well, things are definitely working very, very well. 5 elimination points from this player that a lot of people love and used to scrutinize back in the days, you know, like, I guess like maybe he looks too much like Keith, but anyways, I'm not gonna hit him in too much, but yeah, 1 member down from the side of EVOS VIP. It's just a mustache thing going on, you know, like, makes them a little bit more eccentric. So, well, that's a compliment, being eccentric.
I don't know why, but something tells me that it could be a game changer. Pemburu can just bring home this chicken because he has been sneaky, but nobody, even Insomnus, is not checking on his back at all. He has no clue that Pemburu is actually there, so he's actually doing it right, coming in closely, and everybody else has to fight. As of now, we can see Homebois is actually opening up. Insomnus, Tam already spotted him first.
Well, I guess that if Pemburu doesn't see it, then Bart's gonna claim it. So our favorite player of Yoodo Alliance is still gonna be alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, honestly, I can't say the same, but look at that. They find that soul unit, and now Yoodo Alliance makes it to the top 3. And Homebois, they're getting bombarded. And this is gonna be pretty rough. But there's time for them to both reset. Pemburu can be the puppet master here to dictate how this theatric will end up.
This is actually a smart move by Pemburu. He eliminated Homebois. He has no idea that's Homebois. Definitely information has been given from that player to Homebois itself, but he says his movements is going towards NC, who has no idea that's Pemburu.
Yeah.
So there's a possibility he can get a chicken.
He just have to wait until the rest of these fights are all over and done with, and there's a possibility that he can wipe out the rest of JPNC. And oh my goodness!
This is, oh my god, guys. This is not going to be an easy way for Homebois to claim it all, but I think Trix is actually ready. He's kind of already know there's one sneaky player at the back trying to pull the trigger towards Magix, just refused to go down. Flex is still keeping quiet. Homebois is just waiting and getting information. Still, Trix already getting Magix.
Finally burning it true, and this could be the very first chicken there for Homebois from here on. 3 versus 1 versus 1 is where we're at. Pemburu, he can seek out flags. He's hiding behind that UAZ, the only player with the angles to take on the rest of TABAH and C. Now percentages up on your screen, 52%. Pretty high, makes it, what, 68? Somebody's unsure, bringing it back to 52. I don't know how they calculate, but of course I like the odds.
Yeah, Pemburu, solo versus squad, man. Bring it on. PMPL MYSGPH, solo versus squad. This is what we're talking about. Getting to the highlights, please. But HB Trix, with the AWM in hand, he's so confident. It's not Trix, this is Bart. Something's wrong.
Okay. well, whether it's Trix or Bart, I think whichever one works best. Now, everyone's prolling on their bellies, and the first one to fall is going to be Trix here. Next team captain of SMG, and oh, there we have it. 2 versus 1 this time around, and make it 1v1. Pemburu for Star Pro, ex-teammates, and they have to go at it, and he knows Iron Pro's rushing it away, goes straight for the drop down as well. A-Frag, get it, Iron Pro will get it for Homebois. After many trials and tribulation, this is the retribution that comes in for Homebois.
Sorry for the banging, but it's so cool. End the day.
And my God, what a banger of a match to end the day with. And just when I thought that this game cannot surprise me any further, they pulled this stunt out, and man, that was a nail-biter. The casters, they screw all biases they had towards the teams. They just wanted to see this man pull off a mission impossible, and he nearly did it. But towards the end, unfortunately, that whiff kind of messed up that whole momentum. But man, boy, did it get really, really close. I'm excited to see, and it ended on a high, just the way we like to do it here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Hey, what's going on? I'm Keith here, your host for the evening, and that is one heck of a closure. I'm already excited for tomorrow's game, even before it's here. Even when today's game isn't over just yet. I mean, today's program isn't over. The games are done. However, that play right there shows so much in terms of what the teams can do and the teams can bring onto the table that I just don't want to have a 24-hour break. In fact, I want to just hop on right to the next game, but I can't say the same for the casters since they're the ones screaming their heart outs when these moments happen. So yeah, I'm coming in from a selfish point of view, but hey, it's a battle royale. You gotta be a bit selfish. Everyone's an enemy. It only matters if you end up on top or the last man standing here. Welcome to PUBG Mobile, all brought to you by the PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. It is phenomenal to be able to be standing here, watching that play out live right in front of me. I just can't stop going on and on about it. And in fact, I don't even know, if I'm being frank, I don't even know how we got to that point. Like, to a certain extent, I knew he was the only one standing, but still, how did we get to that point? No idea. I guess we'll find out later on when the screen recap. Just throw one in the way here, but when you do have the time, it's times like this where we should be giving back onto PUBG Mobile, and therefore go over to their Facebooks or Instagram or TikTok, any of their social pages, wish them a happy birthday, clip that moment and say thank you about it. Let's take a look at the match rankings that happened previously. Homebois take home the chicken dinner. However, it was Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals that won the hearts of the viewers here. They nearly pulled off the impossible. Stats are more or less similar. 7 kills to the 8 of Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, but Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals did it with only one man standing. My God, the feat. This team has the potential that they can grow. This is why they were one of the hottest or the mostly sought after teams in a previous season because of their sheer firepower themselves. This should be the Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals that we should be watching day in, day out. This is what they brought last season. Take a look at that. Bamburu single-handedly brought the stats onto the way of Yoodo Alliance 4 rival. 8 kills under his name, 1,127 damage alone, bringing that team contribution all the way up, 72.3%. This man hard carry his brothers into battle in which they failed to. They did not lose their hopes and dreams by investing into this man, as he just took on the entire squadron and, believe me, told them, I'm going to try and get that chicken. If not, we're going to get some decent points out of it. Here he is, we're smack dab up there for a single player, 1,127 damage by Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, Bamburu. This man is a hunter in the name itself. In case for you Filipino and Singaporean audience, Bamburu really means hunter. And we finally see that essence of his name coming to fruition, because when things comes to push to shove, he relied nothing but with his instincts to make it by, and nearly hunted down the likes of Homebois. 20 throwables used from this man alone. NSEA comes in second, Flax OP with 18, Dingoz Ricky gets 16 from of throwables used contributed. I cannot say anything much about this man even further. He's already the highlight, the star of this entire match itself. I can only be proud about one thing, and that is the fact that the both of us share the eccentric similarities and interest in having facial hair, I guess. That's one of the plus points I can brag about. Dingoz now still #1 top. After that performance, consistent throughout the entire day, now taking 175 points in their bag. Bosskur coming in close as well with, again, some consistent performance by ALMGHTY. Previously, they were shut down by Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals because they didn't know he was in a bush, but it could have gone their way if they actually did. So 165 points, 10 points from #1 spot. As I mentioned, they could very well go up to the top. R2K now falls in third with only 1 point different from the second place, and Homebois comes after. Team Secret does get a bump up the charts here at 11th place, still not breaking into the first draft. So things are getting pretty hard on that front. Team Hawk unfortunately has to make way, and ALMGHTY, just when yesterday feels like momentum to kick themselves forward and upwards into the next draft, they unfortunately will have to take a back foot here. And some of the legendary teams as well, Sem9, RSG, Farang Lejund, and SMG, all suffering the same fate. So it hasn't been easy, even to the top caliber teams. Check out the top 3 eliminators we have so far for the day. Axis Micah coming in with 27 kills. I wonder what differentiates the situation between him and Team Bosskur Aboy RXZ, who has got 27 eliminations as well. And of course, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals Epi, he has to make an appearance here, coming from Yoodo Alliance himself, 26 eliminations. These are faces that we all know are definite fraggers within the scene. And the race for the MVP continues with R2K Zane still holding the #1 spot here, despite going out with steep competition. Geek Damrude now with 1 point in the second place. Appy coming in third, Micah in fourth, and a Bard from Homebois coming in on the 5th place. Man, this race is only getting tighter and tighter. You can see the MVP points accumulation. It is only 0.0 decimals apart here. 0.1 decibel, I guess. I don't know. I forgot the mathematical terms for these things, but don't hold too much weight on that. You can see the numbers yourself. They're barely much of a difference. What makes Micah higher than Homebois Bard with 1.3 each? Guess we'll never know. It's the algorithm, and you know how things like that play and make way for some of the other teams here. So that was some of the stats that we have derived from the previous match alone. Man, it's getting heated. I can tell you that much. If this was week #1, only day #4, then imagine what day #5 would bring, and imagine what the next week would bring. Now, after they found out overall standings and immediately, well, have their chance in the next week. But first, let's find out how Homebois got their winner chicken dinner. This is a very interesting circle this time round, actually shifting towards the northern side. Homebois started things off in farm, where they will technically farm their items, if you get my drift here. Just looting up. It is the looting phase after all. They make their rotation close towards the high grounds, overseeing school, towards the right side here. So they have eyes. They choose to take point in which the previous team, I remember, had a chicken dinner on there, was. And that is the vantage point across the entire valley here. So they took point and it spread out wide, actually seeing some of the rotations make way here as teams will try and break through within the circle. Saturation is taking place on the western south side, or no, the western side of the map. That's where a lot of the damage has been done. But NSEA, despite through it all, came in pretty clean with this one right here, right? It could have been very nasty for Team TABAH NSEA. However, when they arrive into circle, there was no one blocking their entry in. Team Secret decided to instead take the right path, fought face to face with GENEXUS, and taking that that entire problem away from the likes of TABAH NSEA, which helped them move on further into the finals. As you can see, Homebois here has got eyes perched onto EVOS VIP. Bosskur, unfortunately, was the victim of the skirmishes being in the center of it all. However, it wasn't either of this team that took the entire Bosskur out. It was Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals, Pemburu, who was the snake in the grass, who saw the opportunity and immediately wiped on clean the teams that were fighting head on. Bosskur had eyes on SMG and Homebois, but they did not have eyes, unfortunately, at the back of their head. And this is one of those circles where people avoided going into the circles. Why? Because if you notice, the high grounds are all outside the circle. So this is kind of like a crater hole. You would realize in a previous screenshot there that TABAH NC chose to play outside of the circle for the longest time until they were finally forced to make their move in. By then, all 3 teams stood in a stalemate, and as one player checks off another, Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals, Pemburu found his opportunity, clean up the rest of them, turning this 2v1 into this moment into a 1v1 situation. But unfortunately, he is only one man, and after that sort of pressure is being placed on him, he would eventually crack. But the chances for him to get that chicken dinner were so close. No one can take that away from him. It was so close. Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals, Pemburu definitely won the hearts of the audience and fans from the MY region, from the SC region, maybe even the Philippines, because it doesn't matter where you're from demographically, you have to admit that was an impressive play. And it was all done by one man from Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals. And this is why you know for sure that this is the team that has so much potential and something to look out for. Despite not coming in as hot as they did in the previous season, you know that they have what it takes. Bosskur, our boy, is going to be on the line in just about a bit. I believe we have a phoner with him. I would like to pick his brains and, well, kind of find out how they did, how do you think they did the entire day here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Because let's be honest, I think I snoozed too much about Bosskur because they always appear when I don't expect them to, right? We had it on the first chicken dinner they had with Aoki pulling off a clutch against GENEXUS, and now sometime today as well they pulled something off. I remember there was another moment previously where Team Bosskur showed up big time when you least expected it most. And so I would like to find out and actually have that conversation with the Team Bosskur itself, because why not? I can only speculate from what I'm looking at, and it's only in hindsight that I see everything. The players, they can't see that. So whatever's going through their mind at the single moment is well, a totally different foresight than what I would have had, and I give them the benefit of the doubt about that one. So without further ado, let's have Bosskur, our boy, on the line here. What's going on, man?
Yeah, very good.
You're good. You tak rasa a bit geram tak? Because you do Alliance 4 rivals Pemburu. You tak perasan ke they were there? Did you not realize he was in the bush?
Asbas cakap. Tak, sebenarnya kita orang apa ni dah remind dah bagi kita yang forever tu bukan forever, macam ada seorang lagi kat belakang, tapi kita tak tahu. Kita nak clear MEB juga sebab kita orang dah dapat 2 knock daripada MEB kan. Kita nak push juga nak clear juga.
Okay, just to translate for the international audience here. So apparently Team Bosskur realizes that there was a third party somewhere else. They've warned their teammates. Teammate kamu dah tahu. But somehow this man, dia licik lah, you can say, right? He's a slippery one, and he found his way and wiped the entire team out, man. What was the feeling that followed after you realized that you just got third party?
Bagi saya agak geram jugalah sebab kita tinggal clear yang satu set, kita orang lepas clear satu squad MEB. Lepas tu tengok apa ni game balik, tengok kenapa Pemburu pula yang nombor 2 ni. Macam geram lah, memang betul-betul geram lah. Kalau tidak kita orang nombor kita mungkin mostly boleh chicken ataupun nombor 2 tentu lah.
Yeah. So again, translation to what they said, they felt a bit unhappy about what happened. They're not angry, they're not mad, but they're like frustrated because they were so close, and the way that they were taken out was by something as a minor mistake, like, oh, I forgot that there was a third party there when they took out the entire team. So Team Bosskur, you guys seem to be that one team yang banyak surprise lah. I'm gonna be honest, right? Like when times you don't expect Team Bosskur to chicken, tiba-tiba aja Bosskur dapat chicken. Macam I think the first chicken from Team Bosskur yang Naoki clutch dengan GENEXUS tu. Right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what's going on is like when you took Naoki into your team, did you know that this guy had that sort of potential from the get-go?
Naoki ni dia cakap dia memang jenis keras kepala lah. Dia kalau macam nak pergi, memang terus pergi terus. Dia bantai terus. Macam tu. Kita pun main time tu yang diorang boleh kelas tu, diorang main santai je. Betul main macam game kita punya walaupun 2 lawan 3. Bantai macam tu.
Oh, so according to him, that Naoki is a stubborn one. I wouldn't say stubborn. Okay, he's resilient. He's resilient. He knows what he wants. There he is. That's Naoki on the screen. What's up, bro? So Naoki is a resilient guy. He knows what he wants, and if he wants it, the other team has to follow. No questions asked. So, Team Bosskur, I know you have a lot of fans in Malaysia. Bosskur, boss, right? Everyone knows Bosskur. So, before I let you go, final thing. If you have any pesanan towards your fans here in the MY region, or maybe even the international region, what would you tell them?
Betul lah kau.
Kau lah pula, cakap lah.
Aku cakap je lah untuk ni fan, kau cakap je.
Cakap lah apa. Cakap aku malu gila.
Saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada yang mana support kita orang, terutamanya Lejund dan semua family Homebois, semua yang terus support kita orang, dan fans yang support Team Bosskur. Kita orang doakan kita orang lah sepanjang tournament ni. InsyaAllah kita orang akan boleh buat lebih baik nanti. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Team Bosskur. I will see you tomorrow bright and early for the final day of the competitive week #1. And inshallah to you, hopefully you're so close to #1. Let's try and get that #1 finish. See you.
All right, thank you. See you.
Yeah, so in case you didn't understand, their message towards the fan is pretty simple and straightforward and generic if you're Malaysian. Otherwise, let me just translate one for you because this is the English audience. He wishes thank you towards all those who supports Team Bosskur, whether you're in Malaysia or maybe you're watching from the Philippines and maybe even Singapore, and you've heard win about their team and you've been supporting them. He thanks you a lot for that. He thanks the daddyhood, their, I guess you say, bigger brother within the scene, and of course the entire family of Homebois. And that would conclude our day here in day #4 of week #1 in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith, and man, we have one hack of the day wrapped up. Looking forward for more action tomorrow, and it is going to be the final day of week #1, the competitive week, which means the teams are only gonna take it up a notch. And I'm here, and together with all the casters from the PH, from the SG, and from Malaysia, we're here to receive all this jam-packed action right here live tomorrow, 6 p.m. Be sure to hit the schedule. Be sure to hit your alarm clocks. Don't miss that one out. I'll see you here tomorrow. Once again, good night. I'm Keith. Bye-bye.